Alright, hello. It's another stream of Limbus Company. And last time, we ended a dream and realized that, you know, sometimes when you have a plan, you need to actually plan on all the steps properly. Yeah, no more dreams now. No more dreams, just sadness. So, basically the lesson to learn from Canto 7 is make sure you plan out a correct timeline for everything, rather than just being like, oh, it'll be just fine. Nothing bad will happen. And that's why peer review is important. So, today, we're gonna just, you know, after that whole mess with the Blood Fiends, we're going to check up on our circus troupe, filled with our sinners. So we're doing Intervallo V, LCB checkup. So I'm expecting this to be very nice and calm and relaxing, because if not, I'm gonna ask the devs, why would you do this? I see. And if there's extra time, I guess we could also do the other Intervallo, which I believe is sweepers. Right, Yisang? Oh, we need more trauma? Well, oh, right. Trauma builds character. We need to build a lot of character. So yeah, today we will be, alright, enacting data collection. Gonna be real, this is an entire mess of a team because I still have not gotten all the experience tickets I need. Because I need a lot. But she should be fine, right? Yeah, we can just do something like this. Oh, we can have backup? Alright, well, don't mind me. Right. Yeah, because my full stop Heathcliff is... He's not quite there yet. Yeah, okay, you know what? We're both broke. Perfect. Sometimes that's just the way we should be. So yeah, I look from behind the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. Right, because this isn't voiced right now, and I think... I'm not sure... The time killing time rerun should be sooner or later, but like... Oh, I'm gonna be speaking a lot today. You damned imbeciles. What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? You see, Otis, they pressed damage instead of win rate. Or did they press win rate? They pressed one of the buttons. Don't worry about it. Faust had to attack that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. Apologies. Yet concerned was I that to not dispose swiftly of that foe would... I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Damn it. Why won't any of you listen to my orders? Boy, your genius order was how the lass's head ended up dangling from 1/4 of a neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Worry thee not. How befitting of a hero it is to perish in place of her compatriot. Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them. Y'all are idiots, which were variations of, you're doing it wrong. But I had no idea. Oh, I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. Now you see, this is why the sinners should get access to win rate. Right? If I tried, the researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We are almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. Dots. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. Okay, sinners. Hey, guys, I'm gonna introduce you guys to the best thing ever. Watch this. You see this? Called win rate. You press this and you win. Oh! Really now? It's them. But not them. And their Liu squad. Oh, lovely. Like I can handle the Liu squad. Got it. That's okay. You're fine. A good thing after suffering 8 hours of people suffering from existential crisis? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, Dawn, please. Thank you. Oh, never mind. That's broken. That's unfortunate. Man. But yeah, win rate. Oh my gosh. Hey, please stop, stop. Oh my gosh. Ryoshu's already broken. She's already staggered. I am already concerned. God damn it, Ryoshu. Yeah, there is definitely one attack going, so for you, you are targeting this, so let's do this. That way, this attack can be countered by Merceau. You are struggling. Really? Man. Alright, sure, we'll do this. So I'll probably get punished for hitting win rate, but you know, us win rate warriors, we gotta stick together, right? And then the slam. Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's so beautiful. Yeah, we love win rate here. We love win rate. You didn't roll a single heads. Man, that was not worth it. Oh, come on. Yeah, we love the win rate warriors here. They are our lifeblood. Really now? Guess we'll do this, and then this one is also... Hopeless, huh? Really? Hopeless. Do we want... One of you guys want to explain why? So this one is targeting you. That makes sense. This is a 6. That is... Oh, no wonder you're using freaking Capote. Okay, you guys are actually using Ego. What the frick? Oh my gosh. Can you stop? I was like, I wonder why. Oh. I was like, oh, Capote. Oh, what the frick? Why can't you clash with... Oh, that's Faust. Huh. Okay, how about we do something like this, and then we have you do this here. Wait, oh, I do have Railway unlocked. I just haven't touched it yet because, you know, for obvious reasons. Two targets is not great. Hear me out. You know, Sinclair, I might need a bench you. Just the thought. Oh, this might be bad. All right. Sucks that I can't clash because of everything. So, you know, being a Hawkma right there, but Egos? Well, I mean, for her, she has these three. So she put on Capote right here. There's Ardor Blossom Star, and then also Snag Harpoon. So, you know, I'm just thinking right now of what to do here, and if Sinclair has to get bopped, that's his problem. But yeah, sure, let's try this. Yeah, if it's Ardor Blossom Star, I would have been like, you know, I might have an issue here. I do need a guard with Ryoshu though. Oh, stagger. Hey, that's awkward. Dawn is staggered. That's not great. You need to do this. And that is your skill 1, so you can have this instead. And then you have that, and then you have that. Yeah, Sinclair, I might bench you. No hard feelings. But yeah, Yisung, I hope other than people having some crises, your day's been going well? Oh, okay. Really? Oh my god, wait, that was an ego. No wonder. Wait, how many turns am I supposed to beat this in? Oh, thank you. I think 10, but like, wait a minute. Wait, I am not prepared. Okay. No, these are fine. These are fine. Alright, team. Sinclair, I know you have issues, but don't worry about it. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Can we do something like this? Yeah, we can. And then, oh yeah, I'm turning off hints because I don't think I need those. Let's have this, and then let's have you do this as well. With love. Yeah. Fragile doesn't mean anything if I just don't get hit, right? Oh, nice. Or we just need to get rid of the Ishmael clone. Or, you know what? Never mind, Merceau did. Merceau, you are the best. I love your AoE. That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Thanks. Phew, got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. He is a king, and we should all treat him as such. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Merceau for a massage if I knew this was coming. Merceau, give us a massage! Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's gotta be more to it than that. Dots. Sure there was. Sure, Jan. Not that it would have made any difference. Because, like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. Thank you so much, Gregor. Thank you so much. This is why we're gonna be bait in the future. My king. I just want to see, yeah. My king, and, you know, Sinclair is, he is doing his job as fodder. Regular health checkup. You're gonna be like, so, how many guts have you walked through? Oh, that's a pleasant sound. I hate that sound. Oh. Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. Huh? What do you mean you can't? That right there's the creaking sound of time's ravages, Sync. Oof. I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Honglu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's got to be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Thoughts. Honglu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach the subject, but you just bulldozed through the whole mass, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. That's, 'tis not to concern thyself with. Be not so... of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the best's air quality. Boy, Scoot, that's my designated seat you're planning your arson. I'll whack ya. On the other hand, here's this guy without care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Well, wait, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly? Don Quixote, I'm sure you can... Tink, I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him, and... Right, now that that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chin wag to a minimum, yeah? Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. Oh, hey, stop cracking. Anyways, am I the only one thinking that it's about time we got the thing? The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Death match. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he is making a request for a vacation. Yup, absolutely yup. Let's all go to a spa or something. Relax, get massages to loosen up our muscles some. Please? Ryoshu's great. I can't wait for her Kanto to show up, and she's just like, she's either going to go completely insane or just like, I do not care what BS is happening here, she's gonna hack through it. Either way, I'm looking forward to it. You still have expectations for our employers? Uh-huh. I recall that young Rousseau has given thee quite the exquisite massage, hath he not? Oh! Yeah, reading the literary stuff makes you appreciate stuff so much more. So, you know, surely we can just teleport ourselves like 6 months ahead from now, and then we can get like house screen or something, 6 months to a year or something. I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus understood it was the philosophy of Mersault's physical therapy that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. Thoughts? It seems that the time is here. Virgilis. Yes, I know that this day would eventually come. The day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rodion's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What could it possibly be that it needs this much buildup? other words, it is time for Limbus Company's GULP, dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. Regular checkup? We did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end, such as getting into trouble because we are all a bunch of clowns. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for some time. I've been starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Yeah, secretly he's just like, he's the grandpa that's like looking at everyone. He's like, I'm either super disappointed in you, which is like 99% of the time, 1% of the time he's like, fine, I'll bail you kids out. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing, health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Oh. Ishmael? Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. But regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is. Coolio. You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No, not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rotia. I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one left standing. Locked. Blood of my colleagues the only way to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced abject horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? Mate's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school, too. What kind of checkups? They'd put us all into the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. Prithee, wherefore do thee seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? Full knowledge and analyses of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that don't explain shite about why you need to know that, does it? Why do they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. You all keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they test us. Hostess confidently marched up to the front of other sinners with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority among us. A true authority? Am I not a true authority? By your parlance, true authority. Couldn't it be that you're questioning who among us is our leader? But I'm standing right here? Hello? I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt toward Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay? But was this not always a topic of great contention amongst us? That which of us is most fit to command this squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael? Or maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where is your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? So to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all into a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing. Silence fell upon us at Honglu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it. I'll give you lot one hell of a fight. My fists used to be bloody and infamous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? Thoughts. The battle... excuse me. The regular checkup takes place at... The sinners seem to be under some serious misunderstanding of what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company? Yes. Ooh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant thou sayest, yet mine heart is faint prepared. Prithee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where's the HQ anyway? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles? You're not about to suggest that we board the warp train again, are you? I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or, due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Or, an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? I'd rather take the bloody train instead. At least we will remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment, however. It would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as reference. How did you even make time for the research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? LCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding stabilization of the back door. A new wing? Are they looking to take over L Corp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. W Corp. Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late, and I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see, so they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own? Now that's certainly peculiar. They must have something. A scheme, perhaps, in the works. Help! Sorry, I can English. I'm just struggling today. And to ally with such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall the W Corp has been mired in troubles both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. So don't be Blockbuster. Got it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but it eliminates a corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another. A portal, if you will. Oh, so you resolved all the aforementioned side effects then? Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases, the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however, minimizing pentasection incidents. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold mine own left and right shoe so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows though? How tiresome. Now, off the bus. The vehicle. All right. Okay. We see the vehicle. It's like people saying that like, oh yeah, we have candy. Just get inside the vehicle, and we're just like, yeah, sure. Nothing can go wrong. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is... assistance from P Corp. In the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means... in cohort with young Cesara, are you? Thoughts. Boyde, much did I aspire to regale her with a tale of the contract's glorious completion of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Your concerns would be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Ah, worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the sights of Limbus Company headquarters. Thy, tit hath been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for which you, were yet to be allowed into headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters brought upon by frequent transnest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Why'd you say all that if you were going to explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's that about collaborating with P Corp? Boy, here we go again. P Corp singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't you say that Mrs. Air told you something about how the principle of P Corp singularity is a lot like how La Mancheland works? Right, La Mancheland was much larger on the inside than looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space-expanding singularities? It's, how should I put this? Isn't it Bit too mundane for a city tech for P Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments, how nice! Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is a commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of this space expansion technology but isn't a P Corp singularity would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P Corp space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. A perfectly protected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside no matter how severely its exterior is battered, to have a sound structure and trajectory no matter what. Its interior is safe from any and all harm. So basically the shelter from, like, I think the shelter from March in LobCorp, that lovely cute shelter that ended up releasing some abnormalities that I wasn't paying attention to. Oops. Therefore, the more expensive the P Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilizes P Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact. Not to mention it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Think, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate amongst kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So a DayVAD Association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into their courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, that story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Hey, come on. Sometimes a story is just a story. And sometimes a story is actually real. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to HANA and DayVAD Association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Oh! Hello, Canis! Thank you for the raid! Hello, hello! Welcome people who came from Canis' raid! Yeah, hello, hello! Welcome, welcome! I hope you had a good stream! That damn whale? Oh, you were fighting the whale? How was it? Because it sounds like it either went great or like absolutely terrible. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? Oh, you haven't fought it yet? Okay, but soon though. Soon you will fight the whale, and you will teach it a lesson. You will teach it the meaning of fear, right? That is the goal. Yeah, screaming about it's kind of funny. Though, for me, I'm pretty sure if I start raising my voice, people are going to be like, what the heck are you doing? I'd love to just be like, be silly, but also like, I can't raise my voice too loud. She'll be your harpoon? Alright, looking forward to it. You got, can I assume that you got the Ishmael season ID just to really immerse yourself in the whole process? I believe in you. We got the dispense mechanic. We can do this. Unless you're going for a Wahlberg stuff right now. How did your rolls go if you did end up rolling on that banner? You just got Roshu? Oh, nice. Anybody else? This will certainly make the logistics of communications supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument? As I expect that would be much trouble on its own. Has that detail been hashed out yet? Got Magic Bullet Otis, stuff, Philip from Rolls, and all Magic Girls. Nice, nice! Congratulations on your rolls. I'm glad they went well. Yeah, you know, and then for the luck you had for those rolls, make sure you hold on to it and never let go. Yeah, Philip is, you know, I'm leaving my Dawn Claire at level 1 because sometimes he just needs to, like, understand he doesn't need to show up again. Mr. What was it, 7 faces? 7 faces. It's like, but why? What was this necessary? In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as a vehicle will be installed in the nest across the city. Yeah, I remember I was just like, you know, if there was a logical reason why it was 7 faces, I'd be totally fine. But there was no logic there. Would have been like 20. No way. That can't be real. There's no way it'd be 20 faces. No way. That sounds absolutely awful, especially at the part of the game where you actually do fight him. PM devs are insane? Alright, you know what? I can believe that, though. I can believe that. They are... You know what? They're not afraid to go crazy. Canto 14? Oh, you know... You don't have to manifest that, Isang. You really don't have to manifest it. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here developed using P Corp and the aspirant W Corp technology will gradually be installed at various points across the city. All good. Thank you for the raid and thank you for stopping by. Today's gonna be pretty chill, so yeah, take it easy as well. And for those who came in with Candace's raid, I'm CrystalAether. I'm currently playing Limbus Company, and this is the Intervallo V Limbus Company or LCB checkup. So this is after Canto 7. Hope you guys enjoy your time, and yeah, feel free to just look if you like. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It's astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. If they pull a 20-phase fight, I'm going to question their sanity. Like, I can expect maybe... Okay, I know this is gonna sound weird. I can expect maybe like 12, like a 13-phase, like, fight to represent each of the sinners. I can expect that. I, in fact, completely expect that when we fight, Herman's Scooby-Doo gang. But, like, 20? 20 might be a bit much. Activating now. 100k. Do I have 100k point redeem? Do I? Oh, right, I do. I think I should. Yeah, I think I do. I swore I thought I didn't activate it. I guess I did. All right. But yeah, the redeem is right there. I might lower it to 50k. Just because I think 100k channel points might be a bit much, but also like, just in case people have multiple ideas, you know, they have an idea to like chain that. It's like, all right, you know, maybe you can ruin my gotcha plans. Faust tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate all over yonder shuddering so? Energy is now linked or routing toward that gate. When the cage displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines coupled with a low droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. It's the floor of the LCE department. All good? Thank you for stopping by, Yi-sung. LCE? Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride in through the HQ's front gate one day. Well, I will in fact hydrate real quick, because I was told to hydrate. Maybe one day we'll figure out where the headquarters is. Unless they actually show. Do they show in the preview here? I'm just curious. Because we know this. Oh, no, we don't. We don't. Okay. Alright. You know, I just had to double check. Hohenheim. You know what, Sinclair? You might be benched. Let's go with this. This. Let's sure, let's go with burn, because we have this one. You know, they'll figure it out, and then if anything, I guess I could just do this as well. Even though it's not up tie 4, but they'll figure it out. Actually, if anything, then what I can do is swap a Ryoshu for him, and then yeah, we can leave you like this. This. Alright, it'll work. Probably. Dots. Hello, Rusty. Hello. I hope that your day is going well. As you can see, it is Intervallo V, LCB checkup. And they are dotting at each other. Right, are we waiting for something to happen? Or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Yi-sung and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our statuses as sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue the research, after all. I already like the beef these two have with each other. So you two are friends? Well, it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship. It could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. I am in agreement, for the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that a department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I was very well aware. I am also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us that same reply over and over again like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus Company Sinners. I'd like to say, hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends her greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes, I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. How odd. Your clothes are... Ego gear? Ego gear. Ah yes, allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Alyssa, two of the few researchers directly in my command. There's some hard EX clears for the two intervals between Canto 7 and 8. Alright, that's good to know. If I don't get them on stream, I'll just get them off stream. It's not a big deal. But how bad could it be, right? Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? Happy to have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? While there are partial similarities to the gears, enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions, successfully, I might add. While the news of the production of eco gear in Limbus Company style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. But yeah, like, worst comes to worst, I will have to, I know this is gonna sound bad. I will actually have to try playing the game as is instead of pressing win rate all the time. I know, terrible thing. I'm a disgrace of win rate warrior. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I am sensing distortions in Pekatula too. You see, you may think, why is this person win rate warrior? Doesn't it just cause trouble? You saw at the beginning of the this intervallo that win rate warriors do not end well. And I'm gonna tell you, yes, but also, I've cleared both Lobotomy Corporation Librarina, so I don't want to read anymore. You saw the win ratings in Canto 6, not gonna lie. That is fair enough. Like, ultimately, when it comes to difficult fights, I will actually do the fight properly, like I did with the Canto 7 final boss and, well, the major bosses, basically. But, like, yeah, I think I did my time. Just, you know, I did enough. Faust closely observed the eco gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Like, I'll be honest, I think a part of it is because I do have strong enough IDs that I can just get away with win rating a lot of the fights. So I'm sure that now that I'm going into Canto 8, probably next week or the week afterwards, depending on how long the intervallos take, I will definitely expect to experience some, like, pushback from the game, because now I don't have just level difference or the ID difference. Especially considering, I heard that they nerfed, like, 8-30, and while a part of me wished I could have done that fight unnerfed, well, it sounded like a nightmare. Oh, I'm gonna be real, I don't look at those passives, so I'm sure it would make my fights a lot easier. I'm just like, so how about that win rate button? Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. It's hell? Okay, well, you know, I'm looking forward to it. I will ask though, people joked that the Canto 8 dungeon is 8 hours. Please tell me that's not true. And if it is true, lie to me. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. It's very long. It's definitely not 8 hours long, right? Right? But at the end of the day, I did it, like I always do. Thoughts? You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with this checkup so we can get back on the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. Depends on if I actually die during it. I think I will win if it's like Canto 7 where that answer was also given. Surely I wouldn't fall over, right? I'm expecting to bring Faust, of course, because I think I'll need Fluid Sac. And Malfaust is kind of crazy when she gets going and I'm not just pressing win rate all the time. Oh, 3 floors jump scare returns. Lovely. There's much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust alone does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, he just pressed something? Emergency situations? The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that I had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Charon. Well, I mean, 3 floors isn't too bad, but if it's like 3 floors with each of them being 4 hours each, that's a little, well, guess I'm just gonna make a very long VOD then. What the hell? This is just an ambush! Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and response in case of a surprise attack, so ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with the flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Charon and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Can I have the nice tea? Oh man, I kind of want some tea now. Actually, if anything, I'm craving bubble tea, but like, place I'm going to is just, they're so expensive and the quality just dropped recently, and I just feel so bad ordering them. I was out like last week trying to get some boba itself, and just, I picked the worst day because there was a bunch of events happening, so everywhere was crowded. No matter where I went to, even when I was waiting for a friend, and it's just like, oh, he was late, and it's just like, oh, I just want to go to the boba store. It's completely filled. Every time I open the door, it's completely filled, and it's so hot out that day. Bushes are nice. You just set fire to them, right? Nuts. Howard wants cake too. Oh, hey, we've got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Charon away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done. And probably leads us back to the beginning. After this fight, I mean. Purpose of evaluation to measure your combat capacity in case the manager has been separated from the... So you mean this? We love one right here. This will probably be fine, right? Otis, this is not a good showing so far. You can do better, right? Same with you guys, rolling tails. Otis, you are taking burn damage, right? Okay. Oh, that's a counter. You can do this. Yeah, it should be fine. Should be fine. It is best to determine turn one, but for me, I'm like, oh, I see a nice skill, I can do that. I can, I can risk a turn like this, right? I usually go with 2 swords for Rogia, but like, blue skill go burr, right? As you can see, blue skill go burr. So we can just move, this blue skill to over here. While the rest of these, you guys got it. You guys got it. Believe me. See? Just 2 of these attacks here should be more enough. Oh, 5 HP. Alright, well, that's awkward. Close enough. Ooh, nicey song. Alright, what are we working with now? We do that, There is one attack going through though, so I will probably have to do this. There we go, something like that. That way I can counter this attack when it comes through. Which is what matters. Unless I did it incorrectly. In which case, oops. Ooh, nice! Oh, good job, guys! You're doing great. Oh, I probably should have defended with Roja, just so I can get the second sword. It's fine. Yeah, I can just do this or something like that. You guys got this, I think. Should be fine. Oh, let's go Tangle Cleaver. And then, oh, no slam? Man, no slam. That's okay, that's okay. Oh, wait. Wait. We don't need win rate if we got Arcana. Arcana Slave right here. It'll be fine. Right? And we'll just blast them and, you know, blast the entire headquarters. Oh, you didn't need to do tails like that. Yeah, so the headquarters got blown up. Don't worry about it. See, this is capable of being detected without a proper command. Manager? Yeah, they probably wouldn't. They'd just be like, let's all jump the same enemy. We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pekatula and Nvidia. Hark, Manager Esquire. Hey ho! I've attained a score most perfect. To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further in my studies? Hey, Yisung, Bud, they were testing our Fixer Association knowledge, huh? Totally. Honestly, she got more than enough Fixer fixation for the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes? How strong they look? Bloody hell, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. That is a very good, like, corporal response. Your Rousseau? We were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness tests for all sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that'll help support the LCE going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. What? Like this? He is very tall. Hello, Merceau. You're a very tall boy. Oh, hello, Roja. Let's get this over with. Looks like we've got a long day ahead of us. Look at Dawn right there, just like poking, looking up on Fal's head right there. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Right? I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. It's called merch. You can wear the merch. To sleep? They're LCE property, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Yeah, if only the merch for Limbus Company was not dead-ass expensive. Because whenever the Fumo ships, all I'm gonna think to not Fumo, sorry, I was thinking somebody else. Whenever the plush, the Nui ships, all I'm gonna think about is how much I spent on it. It was a lot. $52. It's wild. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock for just me, you know? Turning of the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Merceau can remedy your pain. Breaks her wrist. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. And actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Yeah, it is. It's like the movie itself isn't really that expensive on its own. Is that the only way you can order it is it's basically express. So like you don't get an option of like, oh, you can take like maybe 2 weeks to ship it or like 2 months in some cases. No. You get it in like 2-3 days. And then depending on where they, if they have like an extra stock beforehand, and then, you know, they have to add extra costs in there and, you know, tariffs and etc. Not great. Please stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. But my heels are on the ground? And, can you stuff out your cigarettes before the test begins? Oh, this one isn't it. It's just there so I can look cool. Good job, Gregor. Good job. Uh-huh. And what about bold, but scram? Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. Thoughts? I seem to have forgotten something quite important. I had to establish prior to beginning the test in earnest. I need an assistant. Cha-ching? An assistant? Me? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got 2 of them already, right behind you if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course, there is much that distinguishes these 2 occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Rhodia suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it, it's just not my vibes, you know. I'll take a researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Rhodia trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? Thoughts. I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting 2 smartasses together to waste time, pointing each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who assiduously facilitated tasks of the class president in... What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you fellows actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know? I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do you know that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion? You there, orange-haired sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Just smacks. Oof. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? That is base! Ishmael, you're so base for that. Didn't know you were still holding on to that hope. You're my favorite right now. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the sinner I chose. Oh no, not like this. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absently minding, scratching at the bridge of his nose. No! Huh? Me? Huh? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Oh, wait, but, well, why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like... That snort was entirely necessary. This is... Oh, I hate how real this is. It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. You'd think so. But really, they just want their assistant to be someone who kisses their ass. However, were you aware that the most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? Sure, you can keep telling yourself that. A perfect descriptor for our friend here, I would say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Yi-sung. Yeah, you were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? Thoughts. It is but fate that things were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to me made less desirable with the passage of time. Yeah, you don't want things that are mainstream anymore. Nah. Hipster. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. Yi-sung replied with a particularly downcast look. It's okay, Yi-sung. We appreciate you. It's okay. I am glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Righty-ho. So, what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Aha, now I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly in a voice that only I could hear. I see. So this is going to be a mess. All right, got it. Hey. That's the worst that could happen, right? Right? Surely nothing bad can happen with this Heathcliff right here. Oh, he gets the cute outfit. Oh, can you keep this? This is adorable on you. It fits so well. Well, mainly just a jacket, but that's so comfy. I can see why. Just like super snug and rest in it. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim has suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there! Get in line, single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? The power went to his head in 0.2 seconds. Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are basic apparatuses for all researchers. You just like grab the paper over there and you're just like, I'm the assistant. Look, slightly pushing up on his glasses helps to put on the air of a studious, learned individual. Like so. This is a circus. Limbus Company is a circus. We're all clowns here. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Enough of that steak in your mouth. Been a while since I've heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can't you do as I say for once? Oh, he's actually pretty effective. Are you sure it's just not what you mean is, these power mad? Are you sure, Dante? Seems like we're not ready to conduct the tests. Finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see, on a physical level, how your current ability scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see. So they're trying to see how much they progressed since before they joined the company. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they regressed. We are a mess. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus amongst the sinners. Because, if you realize, hey, I can just fight and just, get revived. I don't need to care about strategy, whatever. Just, unga the bunga. You won't spend any more Intervallo now? I'm assuming you mean like, you won't really do the intervals besides just a bare minimum just to get through them? Oh, skip? Oh! Yeah. Oh no, the intervals are really funny. I think it just took a while for them to get into their whole stride of like what kind of stories they want to tell. If I were to speak for myself, executive manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of these efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is it that progress, though? Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations or worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now, I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh, he sung, and I have come to, sometimes, allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason. Floating away gently, as though on a rolling stream, is that not quite pleasant? Okay, I guess that is progression of sorts. I am pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Oh, look, I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. That's adorable. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us, because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Oh, I see the ads are about to play and I don't actually have a snooze button, so I'm going to do that just to turn off pre-rolls. So we'll continue this after a couple minutes. So get up, stretch, hydrate. See you guys then. Dude, bugs are the worst. I hate summer. It's a nightmare. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Yeah? Was it... why? Equally defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the, yes, to the same general level as our 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference, Sinclair? Ah, if this is what you meant by earlier by growing closer like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of words. Oh wait, take that back. Take it back. I take it back. Not. So you're really not that much stronger than I am, huh? Wow, Sync. Is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody... Excuse me, I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does that have anything to do with the with those chains that appeared when we first entered into contract with Dante? Indeed, one of the powers of the golden bow is connection. You are all now fairly, evenly, and equally mediocre. Nuts. Hohenheim's comment and the subsequent stares seemed a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to cliff-off deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. So the truth is finally revealed. This was why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying that thou hast always known? Of course! Had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? Man, we are all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murder's arm's been quiet ever since they hired me. It didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Gregor. Boy, what's the use of all this chatter? What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of this lad. But I got calluses on my palms. Yet, not all of the Golden Bow's effects must have been been of detriment to us. Yisang started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the Golden Bow impaled in the pallid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can also be said that the diminishing effects was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked Heath out with one punch if it was only as strong as Sink. It's a real handy trick, you know? Thoughts. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explains Ryoshu's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at the T-Corp factory. Won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of the test is to measure that very difference. So, what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan, so is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. Oh, in fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology? For these bunch of clowns? You want to clarify? We spent some time out of our busy schedule to tailor each test for each center of the LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailored tests for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that, if you ask me. We will utilize the Pekitula and the distortion phenomenon. Ah, that doesn't sound like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant? Alright, that's enough chatter, now get in there! So that's the real reason he was like Heathcliff. Because Heathcliff can just raise his voice and just be like, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Perfect. I love you, Heathcliff. You are so precious. I see! Should I be concerned about this? Nah, you're just tough. Clear encounter with all allies if I see what you mean. Now we have HP encounters. Wait, let me see if there's actually other ones here today. Not this one. Oh, clear within 10 turns. Clear within 10 turns. Okay. I see what you mean. This, So, well, I mean, ammo? Ammo? Right? Ammo? Surely these guys would work. I have never used this one, by the way. I just see pause and I'm like, yeah, this will work. Versus Sinclair where I'm like, hold the ammo, boy. You got this. And, you know, actually, I still need to uptie this. I haven't yet. I've just barely used it at all. So, if anything, can I uptie this right now, actually? I'm curious. So, about thread. Is there a better way to farm thread?
No.
I may need some thread. A lot of thread, actually. No threads? Yeah, no threads. No threads. I used, I recently uptied full stop Heathcliff to uptie 3, so no threads. Let's see. First one's on the block. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. True. This is, you know, oh my gosh, really? Right. You and you there. Inside, now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed toward Hong Lu and Sinclair. Hello? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Peccatula are entities that have failed to even distort. Thoughts? It seems like we'll be fighting the Peccatula again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a blatant heart all of a sudden? Oi, we've been slaughtering countless scores of these sods, so what's the holdup now? Yeah, but we don't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. Thoughts? I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are? This group you lead. Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. 3, colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues? Dante says 3, colleagues. Hong Lu was practically squished against the containment unit. Oh, that's adorable. Holding up 3 of his fingers. He must have heard us talking. He's just like, you know those images where they just like plastered on the screen and then they have the cheek kind of squished out. That's what I imagine Hong Lu is right now. He's just like smiling. It's like, his cheek is squished and he's just like 3. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners. Not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy, when life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners, bound to Limbus Company, are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept that fact if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? Thoughts? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... Thoughts? Translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit. Am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. Thoughts? What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust, does he usually kind of, Yes, this is his usual demeanor. He's an asshole. Hello? I know I'm not one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Peccatula projected onto this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge, so if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Peccatula, and as far as I'm aware, the highest stage of Peccatula you observed was in stage 3. So far, at least. Hello, Goblin. Hello. I hope your day's going well. Wherefore didst thou utter a little muttering of, so far at least, at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Pekatula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed. We prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of many Pekatula to be covered today is CrystalAether, Red Pekatulum of Wrath. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see, they're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. Yeah, fire. I'm on fire? On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Honglu. Ooh, you're traveling. Oh, nice, nice. I hope your travels stay safe and you get to enjoy your time off. That's because the realization of meaningless extinguishes the reason for the spark to start the fire. It's okay, Honglu. We will give you meaning so you can be angry. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but... What exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that's exactly how it is. But yeah, today's going to just be the intervallos. Oh! Yeah? Wait, have any AoE skills? You know, maybe I should have used K-Corp Honglu. Oh boy. I don't have full stop Heathcliff on the field. This is...
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
So how do I get this skill up? Huh. Oh, it's because I need Heathcliff. I need Heathcliff, huh? Yep, I need Heathcliff. Well, this is awkward. Counter, reload once per encounter. Okay. Yeah, I just realized that. I was just like, something is wrong. Does it? Wait. If that's the case, shouldn't I just swap it over? Yeah, I can swap it over. Don't worry, it's fine. Did it? No. I don't have a full stop Heathcliff on my bench. Other passes aren't there? Oh shoot. Well, it's okay. It's okay. No, Sinclair, don't make angry sounds. No, don't make angry sounds. No, don't make angry sounds. Don't make angry sounds. He made an angry sound. All right, let me just quickly switch this to. There we go. You say he's not here? All right, that's fine. All right, let me see if it actually checks though.
명 받았습니다.
We already went through this. Okay, let's see if it shows up. If it doesn't, then that's okay. Oh, I see. Sinclair's slightly faster.
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐
Yeah, I don't see their passives here.
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면
That was your point. Oh my gosh, come on. Not like this. Full stop to light. Full stop. Wait, I'm just see.
긴장하셨나요?
Full stop to light. Target mark. Take the shot.
도움이 된답니다.
All right. And burn. Anything else? Oh, they're just damage. This one's the one I'm kind of concerned about. We can do this. You're still very broken without Heath? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I had a moment, you know? Just a moment.
현재 말씀하신 임무를 수행 중이에요.
Unopposed, huh? Where are my lines? Thank you. Can do something like this, and then your speed is a 4, so you can do something like this. Then Honglu, you can do something like do this here, and then we can also do something like, oh, we just get a blood burn for existing. Got it, got it.
그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
We can do this, and then we can do this. There we go.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Well, I mean, I guess we'll figure it out in another fight if I use this Honglu with just full stop Heathcliff on the bench. So I'll just try it and see what happens.
위치가 있으니. 그 삶의 마침표를.
Oh, that's cute.
그 삶의 마침표를.
Oh! Good job, Honglu. I'm proud of you. Let's see. Which one of you has the, you have the anger skill? We can do this. That's 28, and then your yellow skill is...
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐
kinda
크게
weak.
심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
And then we can do this, and then just this, and then we can do some of these, some of this. There we go. Then that should work.
명령에 따르겠습니다. 각자의 위치, 자 동정은 필요
Oh,
없겠죠.
nice.
화력, 추진. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
I'm about to say things like, oh, this is not so bad, and I realize this is not the only wave. Oh, level 2 now. I see. So about, ego resources. About that, can I use anything here? No, I can't, because they all require, oh, hey, this might be cooked. You have a counter. Here's 5 plus burn, coin power plus 2. That's not good.
현재 말씀하신 임무를 수행
Let's
중이에요.
see here. Let's go with this. Let's try to get rid of like each one of them as quickly as possible. And then for this one, you can do this here. You're also clashing with that. We can do this. Oh, that's unopposed. Let's have you this one here. You'll probably be fine, right? And then given the situation, maybe you can blow this out. Something like that. Oh, this one is not being counted. You move this one over here. There we go. That should be okay then. I think.
명령에
Yeah, he should be
따르겠습니다.
having more than enough ammo, especially with Thumb Claire here. Ow. I just let them get hit for 4 damage. It's okay, Hohenheim. It's 4 damage. Believe me.
다음 목표.
Really not that bad. Trust. What skill?
긴장하셨나요?
Let's see. The
그럴
defense
땐
start
크게
0
심호흡을
ammo.
하면 도움이
Activate
된답니다.
beyond the shadow instead. Okay. Alright, so it only activates at 0 ammo versus
현재
this one, which
말씀하신
is
임무를 수행 중이에요.
isn't an ammo ID. Gotcha. So even without it, he can still do things. Got it. Okay, so I'm not gonna be worried too much about this. I'm assuming Sinclair's just gonna bail him out. I'm assuming that. I don't need ammo to do attacks. Interesting. Or I could do this, and then I can do that, and then I can switch it to do like this.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Yeah, he gets, you know, wow, Honglu. Good job.
다음 목표로.
Yeah, it's cute that he just does his little machete attack if he doesn't have ammo.
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐
So,
크게
like,
심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
What I'm thinking is just, you know, we can just do this and then get rid of these. You know, just to, you know, kill it right there.
한시 방향. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
This is wave 3. So what I can do is... Oh, you brought in level 3! You really shouldn't have. You really should not have. So we can do this. And then this one is, we can do something like this. Or... actually like that. And then we have this here. And then this one is going to Honglu. We can do something like this. And then I can do... There we go. We can do something like this. And then this bubble should help because it gives us a little bit of a shield. And I think that should be okay, right?
타겟 포착. 한시 방향. 모든 슬픔과 눈물을 끌어모아 대신 물어드릴 수 있다.
That's okay. We love shields. Stop that. And then the tremor should go off? Not really a lot of damage, but eh. What's important is gun. Ooh! Nice break! Now it's staggered. Ooh, okay guys.
긴장하셨나요?
Yeah, let's just unga bunga as much as we can.
크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
We can do... okay. We can do this, we can do that, and then we can do this. And I can save the cavernous wailing or impending day for next turn.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Yeah, go for it, Honglu. You got it. Take a shot.
그 삶에 마침표를. 피차 동정은 필요 없겠죠.
Yeah, he was pretty great. Sorry, hey, Mr. Hohenheim, don't give me shit for them taking damage. These things happen.
의뢰비랑 보호수당에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면
Oh, this is adorable right here.
제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Yeah, you know what? Good job, Sinclair. Turns out you're actually competent when given the opportunity. This is Pekatula within the turn limit. Oh, this is Sloth. All right. Well, I mean, Gregor can support these two. He'll try his best, but really, I assume Faust and Thumbsult have this. Am I crazy for thinking that? I think they have this. Because if it's just a damage race, then I can just go into Savage Tiger round mode like ASAP and then just Unga Bunga. Even though there's three waves. Next up, you three, get in there. Indoor voice will do, bud. We can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now, let us discuss Pekatulum, Bigritier, Sloth. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in the current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for sloth than them. Thoughts. It is efficient to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. The sloth that I hate? Okay, well, I will experience what you hate. Even with the IDs I have, because I will find a way to fail. Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy, incompetent... Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. That's not fun. Merceau, he's doing fine, I think. He just is. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into danger poses. Too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. But yeah, you know, surely with Malfaust and Thumb Merceau, what's the worst that can happen, right? This time I must suppress entities as fast as I can. 3 waves. Okay, but what's the turn limit? Oh, turn limit of 9. Okay. Understood. So I want to use this, actually, if anything, I want to use this on people who will probably survive. So we could do this. We could have Faust do the counter here to get herself set up with her attacks. And Breaker can just exist. He can just exist. He doesn't need to try that hard. Breaker is really just here. Yeah, 9 turns against the tankiest boys ever. We'll see what happens. Especially because I am I am using this kind of setup. But you know what? Maybe Merceau will carry. Maybe he'll carry with this. Who knows? I just have to roll heads. Teams, roll heads. Oh, hey, heads please. Ooh, nice. What is the offset check? What does offset even do? I'm gonna be real. I'm not sure. Ooh, not bad. Do I want that answered? Yes, I do. I actually have no idea what offset does. Let's do this one here. Let's do this one over here. Let's do.
상담은 나중으로 하지. 지금은 그럴 여유가 없군.
Let's do this, just in case. And then you can do this one here, and then this one here. Cancels the defense skill. Really? Oh, that would be so useful. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Like, I literally was just like, what the heck? Like, I just like kind of, I'll say it. I just unga bunga through defensive skills.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어져. 어머니 잠들어.
All right, now we have level 2. Oh, it doesn't apply to counter, clashable counter, and clashable guard. Okay, that makes sense. It's just if they do this. Oh yeah, because they do protection here. Got it. Understood. Wakata. So I can just do this, and then they will just counter each other. Quote unquote. So if I did something like this, okay, offset here, and then I can just do. I don't have a red skill coming up quite yet, but I could technically do something like do this over here, and then just have Merceau can do this. And then which one? This one is not being clashed, but I mean, technically you have this. Should be fine, right? I'm assuming I'm understanding this correctly. It's like something like this. Oh. Over here. There we go. Yeah, I believe in Merceau. He's got this. But yeah, thank you for letting me know, because otherwise I would have just brute forced this. Like, literally no thoughts, just unga the bunga. Ooh! Oh, that was beautiful, Faust. Okay, and since they're doing this now, what I can do is let you do your clashable counter here. I'm gonna leave this one open so that you can bop this. You do that. And then Rousseau, you are probably going to use both tiger marks, I think. With your orange skill? Yeah. So what we can do is we can do something like this. Actually, no, yeah, we'll do something like this. That way, all the attacks can go over here. Like something like this, and then something like that, and then something like this. And that way, this attack, when it comes over, she will catch it. And since Gregor isn't really doing any defensives, it should work, I believe. Yeah. Please be correct. Please be correct.
죄인인가?
Yeah, that should be correct, I think. And we just have to beat the last one then. Because I think my damage is a little bit low though. But that should fix with next turn, I think. We're gonna bop this. Maybe stagger? Ooh, stagger range. Oh, 3 HP. That's... You don't have to do that. I'm gonna save this for next turn. We can do something like this. We can do this and then this. That one will die with one hit. So if I really have to, I can do this. And then we'll just do something like this. And then I can just do something like this. So should be fine. And then this attack is, you know, actually wait. Yeah, they'll probably be fine. If I have to do this again because I didn't clear this fight in time, whatever. Not a big deal.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어.
Oh.
영원히 잠들어.
It's a big boy. Turn against an attacker. Let's see. Let's have you offset this. We can have you take on this. We can have you take on this. We can have you... This might be a little bit concerning. Actually, if anything, let's have you offset this and then I can just have you do this here. That way she gets to keep her Strider Mal stacks while everybody else is just doing as much damage as they can. Because I don't think any ego here is actually going to help us out. Oh, I probably should have left one attack as well. That's awkward. I realized my mistake. 1, 2. Come on, all heads. And then the last one. Nice. Not that much damage, but it feels so good. The button? Am I missing something? Or is it because they, you know, counter each other or cancel each other because I did offset? I see. We can do this. I can do this. Let's have you do this here. Offset that. Oh. Gotcha. Alright. Honestly, I'm just kind of like... I'm really just having fun here. Ooh, you see what I see, right? It is... Next turn is going to be so much fun. Oh, I'm not gonna have all the tiger mark around. We'll be fine. Probably be fine. Actually, how many do I get from using this? 2 of them. So I'll have 1 more after this. Got it. So if that's the case though, I could in theory just let one attack directed to Merceau get hit. Or let it go through, I mean. Never mind. That's definitely not targeting Merceau. Which one is it targeting Merceau though? Is it this one? That it is. So I can leave this alone, and then this assist defense should go through, and then we can do something like this. Yeah, I hope so. I'm assuming I'm trying to understand this correctly. And if not, well, these things happen. They'll probably be fine. Because his stagger threshold is pretty far. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I understand this correctly. If I don't, that's okay. Part of this is what I'm treating as a learning experience. So, yeah. Should be okay, I think. Oh. Guess it didn't matter. Thank you, Merceau, my king. Well, I mean, there's that. These 2. And then Gregor was just here. Yeah, all that set up for nothing. Just like thinking, it's like, is this right? Is this correct? Defeat enemies before they self-detonate. I see. Well, I mean... yeah, Rogia here, and then Otis... Well, I don't really have a choice, do I? Let's do this, and then let's do that.
준비는 항상 되어 있은 한 피가 떨어질 때군요.
Come on, you guys got this, right? Rogia's carrying. Sorry, I'm just grabbing some water. Next up is Goulet, Gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted. He's just like... Yeah, back in the day, there was no such thing as thumb or so. I'm like, oh yeah, this is not so bad. You know, like the casual newbies who are like, oh, I don't know what people are talking about. And the war vets are like, oh, you don't know. I get it. I've been there. Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these Pecatulum? Why don't we lump them together like how you paired us sinners? Try without them? Maybe off stream. Huh, running low on patience already? Only Simple Tims would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol in case you weren't aware. I am also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. Yeah, I assume if you had Blade Lineage Merceau, it wouldn't be that bad. My problem, however, is I do not have BL Merceau. So, it will be in fact that bad for me. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting these Pecatula one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, Assistant. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? If we didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Yeah, it would have been like I'm assuming it's just all 7 of them. And it's just like, well, that's a very long intervallo. Because testing it one by one yields a more accurate result. Oh, we don't care about accuracy at this point. Got it. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see. But I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. This carelessness is, this very carelessness is why. I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Yeah, you say that, now try rolling gotcha with a 0.06% greater margin of error. You're not gonna like that at that point. Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. My issue is that my Merceau IDs, besides his thumb version, are not leveled. So, it is a little less than ideal. Yeah. Goblin, have you gotten any luck with those rolls since then, or it's been donuts? Thoughts? No? Oh man. I want to send the rest of my luck your way. I hope you get something. Something good, I mean. Not just something. Very well. Then allow me to explain Pecatula moral status. Gloom as well. Oh, you spent money. Oh, you got nothing. You know what? I hope that the next time you roll, you just get like 5 copies in one multi. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? Yeah, it's fun when you go swimming and you're just like, I don't want to talk to people, I just want to curl under the water. However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions. No matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto, all you'll find is futility. That's just gloom. You have photo evidence of your misery. Oh no. Oh no. That is... I mean, the fact that you have photo evidence shows just... You could feel it in your bones, right? I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down. Especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Ooh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Ever since, even after I've joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in the ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Well, it's all ready now. In you go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too? Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. Alright, team. You're from 3 different archetypes. You'll work well, right? Alright, what's the skill that blows them up? You guys have stuff? No, you don't mind? Do you really? Probably it'll be fine. It's a status? Oh! Oh, thank you for pointing out. Sorry, I can't read. Reading is hard. So let's do this, and then let's do something like this. And then this Rotia, I want to do this here, so you can have a powered guard. And then we can do something like... do this, and then that one is for you. You can do something like this. Am I blind? Yeah, I'm very blind. I was just like, what the heck is going on here? Nope, turns out I just can't see. I was like, something is wrong. Turns out the solution is I am in fact just blind. Alright, this should be it. Let's do this. Because I want Rodia to go into her negative mode as soon as she can. Maybe I could. Oh yeah, nah. I think I did the right choice with Otis is using her skill 3. Should be fine. Should be fine. Ooh. Okay, maybe it was a little bit overkill, but not too bad. Yeah, okay, so this one, we need to get rid of this turn, so I'm thinking of doing this. Maybe do this, then we do, do that, then we can have this counter here, if anything. And then this one over here, which is a 15. So we can do this. Sorry, I love the win rate, but this is not the time for it. I don't want to go for it right now. I don't want to redo it again off stream right now. Ooh, nice. There we go. Okay, maybe it's a little overkill over there, but she'll be okay. Perfect, perfect. Let's see what we can think of right here. You guys will blow up in 3 turns, and then you will also do a lot more if given the chance to kill things. So do this over here, and then do this. And then what we can do is, okay, that's a counter. You won't blow up, I believe, so I think it'll be fine. So we can do something like this. Priority is over here, and then this counter I don't really care too much about because I can just ignore it. And then I can just do something like this. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. And then I can just put Heathcliff back on his doggle next turn. And there's also the coffin over here because I want to build its coffin stacks as much as I can. Alright, go team. Please, let me roll. Okay, you know. Okay, well, whatever. That's okay. These things happen. Ooh. Not bad. Yeah, let me just quickly do this, and then we can get you guys on there. You do that, and then do this, and then do that. You're a big boy. What the heck? I've never seen you before. Okay, we need to do like 500 damage in 3 turns. Got it. You are... Really? Wow, you are actually kind of fast. What the fuck? Oh, this is gonna hurt then. Probably be fine. Oh, you have unbreakable coins. That's less than fine. Let's see here. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. This one should win. This one can deal with Otis here. Yeah, hopefully I don't get dunked by the ball. I would prefer not. I prefer that not to happen. That's a lot of unbreakable coins. Are you for real? Fucking struggling? Hey, you know what? I'm mentally struggling. Oh, I only get to choose one. All right, well. Yeah, I'm assuming it resists the gloom one. Because I can't do anything because fortunately Rhodia's too slow. So I guess I can just do, you know, something like this, and then I think I have to just tank this. Let me see what I can do to, oh, but I replace it. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see here. That I could do. All right. Well, he'll be fine, right? Right? I don't want to lose this one. I don't want to lose a little bit more in despair. It'll be fine, right? You guys just have to do enough damage. Ow. Oh! Really now? Ow. Ow. Man, I remember when that skill, that attack did so much damage to me in Love Corp. Thank you, Rotia, for carrying the damage to this team. Oh, yeah, that's a lot. I can't really convert now, can I? Let me double check. Yeah, I think I can only convert if I have at least 15 plus, yeah, 15 plus SP. That is not ideal. But at least I can get this, you know, these things out, right? I can just do something like this here. And then I can do this over here. And then this one over here that's targeted towards you, but that's okay. We can do something like this. And then the ones on railway stuck a lot. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, let's try this. I haven't touched railway quite yet, so I'm leaving that for a future me issue. But for now, I'll just take this. Oh yeah, this is a taste of, wow, this is not great. Yeah, I just look at this, was like, how do I figure my way out of this?
끝인가? 정말 한 톨도 남지 않았나? 그렇다면 어째서 이 분노가
Dulled Harpoon. Do not take 10 plus hits during the encounter for each identity. Okay. Alright. What you're saying is that these guys need to win clashes. Now, my problem with this is that you need them to win clashes. Are you sure about that? I think this clash is better than Heisho Pack, Malbranch? Am I crazy? Or is Malbranch better? Genuine ask a question, by the way. Gosh, I can't imagine doing this with just Snag Harpoon, making this literally super difficult. Because I'm thinking Bleed because these two work with each other, but I'm not actually 100% sure. Evade could be good though. Gotcha. Red Eyes and Penitence. Got it. Let's try this.
닥쳐라 해파. 누굴 팰지 내가 정한다.
Well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up's you two. Get in there. With Ryoshu? Let's do this, I guess. Yeah, Molar Office would be quite safe. Unfortunately, there is one problem with that. I don't have Molar Office. ST. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that Bloodfiend fight again. Thou speakest of me? That's, this is quite the pickle. Oi, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. Yeah, I mean, worst comes to worst, like, if I have to do the fight again, I have to do the fight again. I'm not really too bothered. You heard the man. Let's go. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you, or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to the razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Oh, don't, you know, believe me, Ishmael keeps losing clashes. I know. Lass, I thought I'd been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Becatulin's superbiae, pride. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel, in its boundless pride, rolls on and on in search of the perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. Huh. Someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is luxuriae, lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of Pecatulim luxuriae, lust, is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. While the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding, to share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, you seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There never is any dead air. Yeah, that's why they're part on the warning screen now. Thoughts. Admit it, Heathcliff. All of that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up again there. Alright. Avoiding attacks. Let's see what we're working with. Fragile, fragile, fragile. Bleed.
이 눈들을 너무 오래 보고 있지 마라. 홀려버려도 구해주지 않을 텐데.
Let's get rid of you. Oh, 2 waves though. Let's do this. Let's do... Hey Ishmael, can you not get... There we go. Why is this neutral here? I don't understand. I will never understand. And then we can just do something like... bleed here. More bleed? Sure.
대가리 딱 떼도.
Alright, I see ads are about to play, so I'm gonna just play the 3 minutes so I can turn off pre-rolls. So, yeah. Get up, stretch, hydrate, see you guys in a couple minutes.
먹지. 40. 먹지.
So Goblin, I usually pick 3 minutes of ads because it makes it so that there's an hour without pre-rolls. And I usually see that as like the standard, but if there's like a better format, then I'm down to try that. As for why Rusty does not get ads, that is a good question, but I will say this, you know, as part of the, you know, promotion. Hey, if you subscribe to this channel, whether you're using, you know, a subscription, don't do it on mobile because you get extra taxes, or using your Twitch Prime, if you have that, you get access to ad-free viewing and a bunch of cute emotes, so you should totally do that. Smile. Only if you can, though. Don't actually do it if you can. I should actually make a panel that actually advertises that instead of just some text, but it's there. Yeah, smile. It'll be just fine.
갑니다.
Yeah, just tap now and you just have to win, and then you get the ad-free viewing, right? Well, alternatively, you could also get Twitch Turbo. So you don't have to subscribe to one channel, you can just get Turbo and then you are free from ads. So, in the end, it's really up to your pick on how you want to handle it. Or, you know, you can use the forbidden techniques online through Google searching, but I will not say anything else about it. Oh, not too bad. I don't have a turn limit, right? Okay, I don't. I just, you know, nobody takes hits. Got it. Let's go with this for you. Let's try to get rid of some stuff here.
할 말이 남았나요?
Purple is your weakest one, so let's just get rid of these. And then we can do something like this, and then we can do something like... Let's do something like this. And it should work provided nobody screws up.
대가리 딱 떼도 지금이다. 해골바가지 거미 대가리. 자!
Ooh! Ryoshu, you are doing an excellent job. Oh, hey, that didn't kill it though. That's awkward. Well, maybe they might die to bleed.
이 정도로 나와 검을 맞대?
Yeah, they'll probably die to like a clash to with bleed, so I can just pick the weakest ones.
너무 오래 보고 있지만
So you can get
홀려버려
this,
구해주지 않을
and then you can get this, and then you can get this, and then we can get this, and then this, and then you can dodge here. There we go, you guys got this.
딱 떼도
All right.
죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
Wave 2. Okay. That's a lot. Let's just do this. Gaining pause, gain 3 additional pause count. There's like the 2 bleed, 1 additional bleed count. Okay. We can try that one here. And then I can do something like... do this. Do that. Oh, that's unopposed. Let's do this. So really it just comes down to, can you guys do well? This is kind of fucked, not gonna lie. Can do this, and then we can do... Yeah, let's try this. Actually, no. Let's do this and then do this, because you inflict bleed. Alright, go team.
대가리 딱 떼도
Ishmael? Oh my gosh, you're the worst. Ishmael, please! Team Switch is right. You got hit both times. What do you mean?
40. 먹지.
Oh my gosh, hey, stop. 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 Thank you. Nope. Never. You're the worst. Oh my gosh, can you guys stop? I'll be back. I'll be back. That was disgusting. What do you mean by that? Did I have to use an ego skill there or something? Or is it because they gained so much power because they got hit and then the bleed came in and they got the extra coin power? That's the only thing I can think of, right? So really, if we want to blame someone, I'm blaming Ishmael. Ryoshu's fine. Ishmael's not so fine. Yeah, that's not great. You know, this might be the one where I'm like, you know, this is the fight that I hate. This might be it.
갑니다.
Because I'm pretty sure even if I hit evade, they were rolling heads, so that would have just sucked. I'm not sure even if using Ryoshi's counter would have helped, but whatever. I'll try again this time.
먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않나.
Okay. 2 staggers are good. Let's see if we can get rid of. Nope.
너무 오래 보고 있지 마라. 홀려버려도 구해주지 않을.
We can do this. Oh! Hello, Ike. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. Welcome everybody who's coming from his raid. Hello, hello. Welcome. I hope you had a good stream. Oh, Silver Nugget, thank you for the raid as well. Welcome both of you. I would love to say that I could shout out both of you, but I can only shout out one, so I'm going to shout out Silver Strikers this time because, you know, gotta alternate. I hope that the both of you had a good stream and welcome everybody who decided to join in. I'm currently playing Limbus Company and, you know, this is not supposed to be a hard fight, but I'm finding ways for it to kick my butt. But it is what it is. You got beat to pulp, next time we'll get it? Alright, I believe in you. You guys got this. As you can see right here, you know, sometimes things happen. Those are what we call accidents. Anyways, yeah, I'm CrystalAether. I like typically RPG games, or I like to make games difficult for myself because it makes them interesting. And as you can see right now, this is Limbus Company, which is a gacha game that's not very good at being a gacha, but is actually pretty difficult compared to other games out there. So here we are, and hoping we win, because if not, I'm gonna be sad. That's pretty much it. And for everybody who came in, I hope your days are going well. And if they're not, blame someone that, you know, you could feasibly blame. Let's just get rid of this. Let's do something like this here. Let's do something like this here. But yeah, it should, you know, it's Monday, so totally expected if things are just kind of like, eh. Ryoshi, you better win this. Please, I'm begging you. Thank you. All good. Thank you for stopping by, Silver Strikers. And I hope the food is good. Oh, this is a much better setup. What do you mean? Why didn't I get this set up earlier? Corn flour was one. go with this to offset that, and then actually no. Let's go with this and do this to offset it, and then there's this one where we can just offset that. We can do something like this to make sure that we win. We better freaking win, or I will be disappointed. And then offset this. And everything should be A-okay.
갑니다.
All good. Thank you for saying, sticking around for a little bit, Ike. Enjoy, whatever it is you need to do. Take care.
다시. 먹지.
But yeah, sometimes when you do this fight, you just get a very bad sub. And you just have to hope for the best that everything works out. And sometimes it just doesn't work out. So in this situation here, you can see that if the target has more bleed, they get more coin power. And we don't want that, because that makes it harder to win. And we want to win. And as you can see right now, we're currently in a situation where all of my particular attacks are on the, you can say the weaker side.
너무 오래
So
보고
we
있지
might have issues.
흘려버려도 구해주지 않을 텐.
Might. But, you know, all we gotta do is just win. And if we don't win, we're kind of cooked. That's pretty much it. We're just kind of cooked if we can't win. But, you know, we figured these things out. Do something like maybe this. And then we can do something like, oh, that's neutral though. That could not be good. That could be bad. Let's see here. I guess I could try dodging here, but you know, that relies on Ishmael winning. Ishmael, can you do this? You just have to roll heads, and then everything will be just fine. Believe me, if you can't roll heads, we're cooked.
대가리 딱 떼고.
Oh my gosh. Ryoshu! Oh, that's not good. If anything, that might be a restart right there just because I lost. And Ryoshu got staggered. As you can see, these guys do a ton of damage. Like, a ton. Yeah, unfortunately, I rolled the 5%. So I lost, and because of this, I also failed this kind of submission. So I have to restart. Welcome to Limbus Company. Sometimes these things happen, and you just have to learn to deal with it.
곧 감미로운 트럼펫 경보와 비명 소리가 들릴 거다.
So, you know, there's an easy solution for
장나신
this.
관리자놈이 수습하겠다고 또
Just don't
난리를
lose.
피우고.
Guys, we just have to make sure we don't lose.
재밌는 관람 되겠고.
Yeah, I think the only thing I could think of is heal more than 10% of their HP this turn. Do you have healing in your kit? I just forgot. No, she doesn't, but what's important is to check passives. On Clash Conflict, Pink Ribbons and like Bind, and okay, that could be good. What would you replace? You replace Capote. Capote does target less than 30% HP. That's eh. So we can try the Capote one so that the bind happens and we can try to get better clashes. We don't want this one though, because bad things happen. If they think, oh yeah, you know, it might be harder to win a clash, they make it even more harder for you. Versus if you're already likely to win the clash, they're just like, well, we'll just make it like 100% or something, which is kind of pointless in most cases. So that's what I mean by it. But yeah, this might be the fight that I hate. This particular one here. Because I actually thought that, oh, you know, I could probably beat this and, you know, call it a day. Was, you know, did not turn out as expected. I will be honest. Yeah, Kurokumo has no wrath skills, so it is a little less than ideal. Is there anything where you could be favored to? Let's try this. And then let's try this.
갑니다.
But yes, it is definitely possible with enough luck and strategy. Unfortunately, luck and strategy are not quite it in terms of my existence right now. But going back to earlier, this game is not really great at being a gacha in the sense of you can get all the characters, which we call identities, like the different versions of them, like for free, just by grinding. It's a lot of grinding, and most of the content is not time limited to an extent. So really, it's, you know, it's better than just spending a bunch of money and hoping for the best. That's pretty much it. That's the sell here. We can do something like this, and then we can do this here, and then we can do this here, and then do this here.
대가리 딱 떼도 먹기 좋게 차려졌지 않나.
So yeah, if you're interested in like a story-based gacha, where honestly, there's gonna be a lot of as you can see, blood and kind of like gritty stuff, but also, you know, great music and absolute cinema moments, Limbus Company might be for you.
개인줄도 몰랐네. 40. 먹지.
Oh, I guess I didn't need the second one. That's okay. That too, if you're not interested in a gacha, Limbus Company might be for you.
이 눈들을 너무 오래 보고 있지 마라. 홀려버려도 구해주지 않을 텐.
You can do this. All purple, except for this one. Just to make sure.
갑니다. 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다. 해. 40. 먹지.
Oh, that's fine.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대? 이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
Alright, well, back to phase 2, the phase that I hate. What is the plan here? I do want to offset this counter though. So I can offset it like this way, and I'm thinking of maybe, we do need to get bleed of some sort though. So we can do something like this. Shield plus 10. I guess I could just focus on doing more damage for now, because of the whole, like, the shield, and there's no bleed on the target, which is kind of important.
이 눈들을 너무 오래 보고 있지 마라. 홀려버려도 구해주지 않을 텐.
So that's the only thing I'm kind of concerned about. It could be a situation where I just need to do as much damage on turn 1 as possible and hope for the best.
갑니다.
Because if I can get this to stagger, that could help so much. Yeah, you can take like a year break. Oh, that offset didn't matter. Oh, right, because you can't offset counters. I remember now. I remember what you said. I am kind of dumb. I forgot about that. That's awkward. I wasted that for no reason. Alright, team. We can see that things are happening. We just need to win. So if we can get you to stagger threshold, that would be excellent. But, you know, that requires the stagger threshold, and this one could be actually be pretty bad. Alright, Ryoshu, you failed this twice. You surely won't fail a third time, right? 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 Just double checking? can do something like this. Alright, team. Don't lose.
대가리 딱 떼도
Please, I'm begging you. Okay. Alright. Let's see if we can get you to stagger. Nice.
건을 만들?
We can clash this over here, and then we can continue onwards. Oh, you're back again. You guys are not actually staggered. You're reverse staggered. Alright. That's fine. That's fine. That 20 could be really bad and has bit me in the butt more often than not. So I think if anything, I want Ryoshu to do this. Just so that it's one hit each. We can do something like this. And then something like this, and then something like this, and then we do this. There we go. So even if she gets hit, her stagger threshold is pretty high up there. Should be fine. Potentially.
대가리 딱 떼도 지금이다. 해골바가지 거미 대가리.
This is, by the way, this is entirely necessary for what it's done to me. Entirely necessary. Very necessary. Believe me, it is extremely necessary for me to do this. I just need to feel something. You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta feel something. And that's how I feel. After they ruined 2 of my runs, it was entirely necessary to just crush their skulls.
착각하지 마라. 해파 거태. 내 놈들 덕분에 내가 강해진 게 아니다.
Alright, stinging. Each unit defeats a Pacatulum that has taken their shape once. What? This would be a great time to have this leveled, wouldn't it? But it's not. So I think, I guess we go with Ringi-san? I guess? This is definitely the way though. I think. Because her allies are not here.
소재가 준비됐어?
So, if anything, I'm just concerned about Dawn accidentally killing Yi-sung's Pacatulum.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에
Verily, now is the time for young Yi-sung and I to face the test. The nature of our child shall take form as Pacatula and Vidie. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh, doth static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter sings in the same manner as the former does. I'll comprehend thine explanations. Ah, I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers. Am I correct? Understanding the EX condition for this one does actually require thinking. Okay, well, what I know is, what I read is that each one of them, they have to defeat the Pacatule that corresponds to them at least once. That's transformed into them. Yeah, like Critera. Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs. And imagine that you are a part of the excited queue. Oh, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Alack for woe! Flay payeth such cruel jest on my pitiful soul. Now, do imagine what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours. ere the chance was robbed? Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning within mine heart, a painfully tingling sensation in my... Oh! My, you certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits, after all. You two, quit the chinwag and get in there. Verily, then onward to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. Alright, let's see this. How bad can it be? I see. Blade lineage Salsu Don Quixote. You have... Really? Interesting. Evade passives. Take the... You don't need this. You don't need this passive. Yeah, he really did. And then what about this one, Yi-sung? You're... No, that's Dawn. I need... Get out of the way! Get out of the way, Dawn! Oh my gosh. Hey, guys, help. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, 7 speed. Really? I hit... How do I? Please. Nope. Nope. Guys. Oh my gosh. Help! 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 I just want to select the other one! Oh my gosh, thank you. That took way too long. I see. And then this is what you have. I see. Yeah, 7 speed. Lovely. First time seeing Envy Pekka. Tulum. Oh. Lovely. Neutral. I love neutral. Isn't neutral great? Good God. And then this one is a... This is a decidedly Yi-sung moment where I don't have statuses. Struggling. Can we get better sanity? That is... Hey, I might need to reset this fight. Hear me out. This might be bad. But we'll see what happens. I should be able to kill them before ego's a problem. Well, depends on if my rolls cooperate. Yeah, I am aware of the EX condition. Oh, broken coins. That's fine. The main thing is getting them in the stagger condition. And then basically trying to deal with them there. We'll be fine. Hey, so about Dawn, she just blasted he's watching Yi-sung's right there. I just saw it was HP and I was like, oh, it'll be fine, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Was a little bit less than fine. Because I thought, oh yeah, you know, that shouldn't be, shouldn't be a problem. Alright, let's try this again. Once more with actual feeling. Oh my gosh, you're slow. Are you for real? Are you for real? Alright, Yi-sung, how are we feeling here? How are we feeling? Let's do this. That's with love, yeah? Are they all just targeted on him? Okay, listen here. Yi-sung can't do this. All 7s, yeah, oops, all 7s. Are you for real? Huh. Alright. Let's see what happens. Good job, Yi-sung. Ow. Ow. Oh, missed the second threshold. That's okay. Oh, hey, Isang, you are not doing so hot. Just, you know, just I want to reiterate. You might be doing a little bit poorly so far.
정의 이름으로 이웃.
That's okay.
사랑. 이 정도쯤이야?
Should be fine. Ooh! Wait. Oh, nice. Alright. You should be able to do this. You do this, and then we do with love, yeah. And then we can just have you do this. You don't do anything. You're done. Isang, you'll be just fine. You can just sit there and wait. Trust.
점 찍었네.
사랑.
Ooh!
이 정도쯤이야? 이웃.
Oh, that Tails was not great.
이 정도쯤이야? 이웃. 자,
Alright, that was great.
이렇게 정화되었네.
Oh. I thought there was only one wave. I thought there was only one wave. Oh. Wait, that means I can just kill them with whatever, right? Because I already reached the mission requirements. I have heard the defeat code for Queen Patron Dawn. It is kind of terrifying. So just double checking. Now I can just do whatever the heck I like, right? Because I've already completed the mission for both of them. Okay, gotcha. Now it is Arcana Beats time. Never mind. Oh my gosh, guys. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's actually kind of horrifying. What are we thinking here? This one is over here. Just let this happen, and then we can have you do this. That's rip space. Do this, and then this one over here. Okay. It should be fine. Should be fine. Go team, go.
착했군.
Yisang, you better not lose. You are literally 2 seconds away from getting staggered. Oh my gosh. Jisung. Well,
품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니.
that's awkward.
이상. 저
혀.
Actually kind of awkward.
아르카나 세이버.
Well, yeah, Don's got this, right? I'm just like, oh, that's awkward. He just literally got obliterated. And then some. Alright, magical. Oh, that's hilarious. I swear, that's actually hilarious. Good job, Dawn.
착했군. 본인이 하지.
So, we have confirmed that a magical girl is stronger than a syndicate member.
정화되었네.
Yeah, Hohenheim, don't criticize me. It's all part of the plan.
승리의 보람과
95% of the damage right there.
없어도 전혀 상관없다네. 지금 우리가 보는 경치가
Yeah, there we go.
바로 그런 것일 테니.
The price of curiosity, yeah? Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Is this what I'm thinking of? Dawn's not available. The last time Dawn was not available, we had to deal with bad things.
독재팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
걸맞는 곳이었.
자,
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면.
자,
Um,
골바가지랑 거미 대가리.
명령하실
My
지휘를 받는 건
question
오랜만이네요.
is how bad are we gonna get cooked by
시험해볼 기회가.
Sancho? Her you know, her Engi Ungo Bunga form.
시험해볼.
준비는 항상 돼.
Because there's no other reason I can think of that she's not available right now.
내가
원하신다면.
This might be bad. We might be bad. This might be bad. Very bad, actually. Oh, I gotta fight this. Hey, I'm cooked then. I'm actually cooked.
의로움을 독재팀의
Let's
협조가
try
필요하지.
this.
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다. 걸맞는 곳이어야
자,
시험해볼 기회구리.
And then this.
명령하실 때
This.
지휘를 받는 건 오랜만이네요.
Actually, no. We'll do
지휘를
this.
받는 건 오랜만이네요.
We'll switch you to full stop office fixer level 20. Yeah, because we'll do something like this, 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 this. So if he's about to come out, bad things have happened. Yeah, don't worry about it. See, don't worry about it.
빛을 벼리겠어.
The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Sung, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we ran our final tests. Please vacate the room, people. Clean up coming through. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote has ought to... Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Bad things will happen? Oh boy, yeah, you know, I'm expecting it. Yet, twere in quite the hideous access, sorry to be forced upon Rocinante, I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute! Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed towards Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collected, huh? Good thing we're in a lab too. Where else are we gonna get another chance to do that? This course of actions is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But that's... was but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had naught to do with mine will. Well, you know, potato potato. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fie on thee, thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell. What if we slipped her shoes off and on again really quickly? The standards here at the LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. Hollow shell. We have indulged your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. What, like HEs? Tests? Better explain. Oh, very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behoved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. Utterly terrified? Terrified? Oh, and for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Thoughts? Outcome? Not available. Reason? Subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserveth the moment of respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is Don Quixote in her core still, without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Hohenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent to your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea, got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything goes wrong, Yisung will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at a moment's notice, okay? I don't trust Yisung for this. I shall be on the ready. Behold me not with such excessive anticipation all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething knots. This 7-layered knot poseth quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course. Ah, there we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante. For I... That's not a good sound. Take it back. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control? Because we saw its effects on the warp train in Adla Manjaland? Or maybe because we're a bunch of clowns who thought we knew any better? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. Yeah, it was funny. We're just like, hee hee, what's the worst that can happen, right? It's all according to plan. These researchers didn't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred, is like. We do. Mother. Oh, Mother. Our existence is death in perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. My TikTok head. They're the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Yeah, Mom Quixote. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. Oh no. Hey, Dante's not supposed to say that. That's not what they're supposed to say. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserve to drink. I must. Dante? Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time at that building when the fire on the head suddenly exploded? I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, help, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you keep any blood here? Let's at least try to quench what's... Yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. That's not going to be enough, sir. Damn it, have you been listening to what its executive manager's been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing? Ain't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, Yisung, shoes, get those shoes back on her feet. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. Merceau, put Don Quixote's shoes back on. Please. It'll work this time, right? This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. He's angry because he's trying to put it back on and he's just like, man, I'm too weak for this. These readings are incredible. So much power, even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emancipation. Complete emanciation. I said the wrong thing. I'm embarrassed. You didn't hear what I misspoke earlier. What? You egged her on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We've got to do something. You haven't even seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. Sir Hohenheim, you're gonna be fucking dead! However, it doesn't seem like her containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. I'm gonna beat the crap out of Hohenheim. Just you wait. I'm gonna jump him. Thoughts? Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Just you wait. I'm gonna, when I get my hands on him. My clock is, oh. I see. I understand. Back to Sancho. Yearning for blood. I see. Valuable amount of bleed damage, and we got my offense level up for, let's see, siblings called on me. They crave blood. Lord, I see. You know, we didn't need this. Oh, unbreakable coin. The adventure has ended. I mean, yeah, but you don't have to say that. Oh my gosh. Hello? Are you for real? I have to use Superbia? Oh my gosh, I have to use Superbia. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's like no way I can do this without Superbia. Okay, Bina, I need you to help us. We are kind of go. Now, who is the way? Yumerso? Nope. Oh shit. Oh, I don't. Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Honglu S2 might work. Okay, I panicked for a moment. I don't have his S2 though.
그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면
Oh wait, no, I do have his S2. Sorry, my bad.
그럴 땐 크게
Nah,
심호흡을
as you can
하면
see, it is not
도움이
great.
된답니다. 긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을
Oh, I
하면
guess Heathcliff has to
도움이
really be in the
된답니다.
party for this because I'm not getting that. Yeah, so he can't be in the back. Huh. We might be cooked. I am thinking, who has the strongest one? Maybe Wishing Care? Nope.
이 눈들을 너무 오래 보고 있지 마라. 홀려버려도 구해주지 않을 테니.
I might really have to give up her, purple. Yeah, just for this. Just to hope for the best. Or we might be, we might get cooked. So we can do this to try to get, these things set up. These songs, let's just go one. Let's see. Thank you. Let's do... Yeah, let's do this, and then let's do that. Let's try this. Alright, Ryoshu, I'm counting on you.
타겟 포착.
Like, I'm pretty sure the one that could beat it would be... Oh, that's bad. Oh my god, stop! Would be Ishmael's Ardor Blossom Star, but I did not bring Ishmael. I also didn't realize this would be the thing. Stop! Stop! Can we stagger you? Oh, that's not good. Well, I mean, she at least won, so that's fine. But, oh, that's still gonna hurt. Unless she rolls a tail. Ow. What? Are you for real? Guys, skill regardless of speed, shimmering blood fiend. Okay. Attack against 5 bleed, consume 100 blood feast, the shield HP and the skill raise, gain 3 fragile. I see. Mass attack spam, man! I thought I escaped that! No! Man. I'm going to leave this one alone so I can have this assist defense go for this one. But man! Man! Actually, if anything, what I'm going to do is do this. And then this one here, you can go here. Man! Oh my gosh, stop! 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 Oh my god, stop rolling so high! Stop! Stop it! Stop it! No wonder they said this might take 4 hours. Stop! Okay, okay. We're calm. We're chill. We're chill. We're chill. We're chill. We're chill. This is gonna suck. Oh! Ow! Nobody staggered, right? Oh! Goodbye, Yisung. Oh, you won? Holy shit. For real? Oh my gosh, Faust, you are actually not winning a single clash. Yeah, that offense level up is not actually ideal. Hmm. We might be in danger. Hear me out. Just a little bit of danger. Alright, Yisung, one question. Your skill 3 is purple. Okay, that makes sense. And then there's particular attack here, which is favored. You'll probably be fine. The bird. Oh, this is not good. Oh, hey. Oh my god, are you for real? 8 times the unit toss an attack skill point. 30. Ooh. Hey. Oh, this might be bad. Extremely bad, actually. '07's Faust?
대가리 딱 떼도
She's actually cooked. Can we stagger her though? Oh my gosh, please. Please, done. Please, done. Stop with the bleed. Please, I'm begging you. Stop with the bleed. It's A-okay. Oh my gosh, I can't roll heads when it matters. No! Yeah, bleed upon thee. Oh, hey, you know, about Faust. She might be cooked. Oh my gosh, wait, I just realized. Oh my god, everybody's fucking bleeding. What do you fucking mean? Yeah, 30 times 8, please, PR. Help! Help!
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 삭듯을
Oh, sevens!
바로 지키기 위해서 그걸로
전탄격발.
Wait, what was the ink condition for this fight? Oh shoot. I forgot to check. Hey, I might have to redo this fight off stream. Oh! You really didn't have to. You really didn't have to. Hear me out. You really didn't have to. She aura farms and explodes? Yeah, she does. She in fact does. Hopeless! Are you for fucking real? What? Oh my god. Hey guys, what's the fucking plan? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Guys. What is the plan here? What is the plan? Yeah, I know the adventure's freaking over. Any of you guys got ideas? That would be great. You know, maybe using chains of others would be great. But I don't have that. Did not have that last turn. I do at least want to get... Oh, wait. Never mind. I see. Sunshine and Yisung at least? Yeah, I guess, you know, having the protection would be nice. But I don't think that's quite it. Alright, Merceau, win the clash. Because the only thing I would like to do is, maybe something like this. And then, yeah, evasion is pointless because you're just gonna get bopped. Yeah, you know, welcome to the fight, Otis. We're kinda cooked. Oh wait, we can't do this because if we do this and afterwards this procs, so I can't actually do that. Yeah, to cancel ego. Yeah, I know I could do that. I'm used to doing what I usually do. I'm just thinking to myself, how do I get out of this? What's the fucking plan here? Was I supposed to use Chains of Others last turn? Actually, even then, I don't think it would have mattered too much. Man! Result win.
받아볼 텐가.
Oh my god, are you for fucking real? Guys? Okay, alright. Fight done? I have to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst. It's... Merceau, I'm so sorry for, you took that hit. No, my lady. You needn't be the mother of anyone here. Here. You are a sinner. Nothing more. Virgilius, thank you for showing up! Thank you for bailing us out! He's just like, you guys are stupid. So Grandpa's coming in and he's like, I'm gonna help you guys out again. I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. Thoughts? I understand that no one could have expected this outcome. Yeah, truck. Like, beep beep. Given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Well then. I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turned the clock. After some time passed. Thoughts. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness? Or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is correct. But I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was though my very blood remembered them still. Alright, I just realized that I can't pause ads again, so I'm gonna do another 3-minute ad section after that craziness to stop pre-rolls, so see you guys in a couple minutes. Holy shit. So, I'm just skimming on what you two are discussing about. Or, you three, sorry. Can I assume that Bang is basically just, if you get angry enough or you're focused enough, you can just, instill power into whatever weapon you're using, or whatever tool you're using, regardless if it's like a weapon or just like whatever you have on hand? Powerful attacks. Okay, thank you. I guess I'll probably learn in Canto 8. More Mang is more powerful. Or Mong, or whatever the heck. How do you pronounce it anyways? That is correct, but I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that was though my very blood remembered. Oh, right, I remember. I forgot. I already said this. We have no idea how it works as the strong people have it like Virgilius? Okay. Alright. Maybe, I guess, hopefully we'll learn about it someday. I recognize some of them, and some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. It's explained in Leviathan. Okay, I haven't completed Leviathan quite yet, but gotcha. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural, because I am a blood fiend. That's the pressure of it. Thus the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and I do have Leviathan bookmarked though, so I want to try finish reading it. Ideally this week, provided nothing goes wrong. Ideally. I hurt you all. As Don Quixote the Blood Fiend, our higher kindred. Not as Don Quixote, a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault. It's Hohenheim's fault. Let's jump him. No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with the supply. Thoughts? I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge? I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated? Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know. Seemed like he was in it only to sate his curiosity. All in merely the auspice of opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Dots. Certain analyses can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends and this very experiment. Let us discuss the thirst you experience first, for example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The Manchigan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land. But you still hear the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I am to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more. That it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply their on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly excruciating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. Dots. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do. But I also maintain that it is highly advisable to you, for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day, I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare of feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would, quite literally, throw their lives on the line to stop you even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Dots. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet with the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, the subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts. Or any kind of effort, really. Because I've never had much use for it myself. Dots. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual, softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere towards. Thoughts? Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Manager Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou concealed from my knowledge? What do you mean? Thoughts? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that, at this very moment, I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and a tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. Thoughts. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. So let's not do that again. That's a bad idea. Very bad. Do not be curious. It was a mistake. As you can see, people blew up. Everybody blew up. Otis just came in to die. Oh, I see. Clear within 10 turns. Sure, let's call it that. The hierarchy. And let's just stop that. Let's see. Well, now that that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Hohenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means... Indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you're all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... Oi, there's plenty of significance, alright? We've all got to know who's the big boss. Well, this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario. We must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. So probably something that will happen in future Canto. Because no way it will never, it won't happen. There will be a way. Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of the scale. Were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment? Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I, Dante, don't. Wow. Shut down right there. It is interesting how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are ya? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on the subject. There was a long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. Thoughts. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Yeah, Yi-san? Yeah? Much did I wish to hold shrouded into my fathoms, yet I yearn still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yi-san. Yi-san, I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yi-san, it's the other way around. Yes, the line was made from my point of view. Frontier, the sinner wielding that oversized lance, is the one at the front of this line. Definitely the strongest. Well, that makes sense. Oh, Yisang, I'm so sorry. But it is what it is. Well, you said some cool words though. We got this, right? Yisang? Thoughts? Well, 'tis quite the bashful occasion. To be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? I shall be vigilant. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. Yeah, things happened. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Let's see, forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. This is oft the case that such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean, fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I guess somewhere around my level probably. Or Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in the discussion. Ah, you're the sinner with that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. Ugh. Thoughts. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. That, potential. Does that mean that I could also be first place if all goes well? Nah, ain't no way. It could very well be the reverse given the definition of potential. Let not this inquiry harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Feels funny, getting consoled by the guy who placed last. Oh? Oh, I guess that was a bug or something. Alright. Hopefully we finish this, in one attempt. Because I'm assuming that last one is probably a fight or something. If it's just dialogue, then, you know, I'll take that too. But I'm assuming it's a fight. After some time passed. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs they have written for us were of great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification system had to be lifted whole from that system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels despite their potential to kill even multiple higher ranking employees. Looking at, like, you know, Singing Machine, Meat Lantern. They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on and on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortion risk levels and classification codes. Wow, how interesting! So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivete with which you asked me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec! Aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions, right? We got a other way around, assistant. We've got to do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary sight. Hohenheim's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have the reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So, distortion like that Time Ripper fella will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you're referring to the subject HE-6-PI-20-01, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course. Because that particular subject isn't contained here, I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh? Didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant that their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that HE-something is a new classification code format? Indeed. Because it is difficult to identify, observe the origin and the shape of a distortion, we decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities. PI must refer to Pigritia, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pecatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process, if we're being technical here. I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that, as the Pecatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomena and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one-to-one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember saying that the risk levels were determined based on the enkephalin production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this Time Ripper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapons means that they can immediately deal a nigh-fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6, from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system, and these values are there only as references. So if we see something with a 10 on there, fucking run! Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before the classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith? One with the highest potential values amongst Limbus Company's businesses. Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly, and let me guess, he's gonna use it and be like, oh, guess I just blew up my entire research team. A green danger? Oh, help! I thought I read great as green. I was thinking of something else. A great danger? But wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city just like the golden bough, at first only in possession of the fingers of and the syndicates of the back streets, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless. Like a plague. We also learned that they have become rather high priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monolith much earlier than the others. Now, we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts. Because we may have had to confront the wings directly, were that the case. Dots. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? How about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see. From Canar to Star of the City. I suppose your sign will be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad, not too bad. Just... if I see Philip somewhere or something similar to Philip anytime soon, I'm gonna be like, I take it back. Get me out of here. Not SOC yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you guys are fucking dumb. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Dante. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't ever need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the Fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be able enough to protect them? Dots. No. The flow of this the world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, huh? Are we? Very well. Whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a Star of the City threat at some time in the future. But do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please, don't forget that that is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. Alright. Yep. Oh. How long is this dungeon? Asking for anybody here. How long is this dungeon? Because, if it's a lot, I might have to save it for another time. But if it's like maybe 30-ish minutes, I don't really mind. Let me just quickly, set people back up. You should not be in like this. You should not be a full stop office fixer. That's not right. Let me see. Nope, I don't have more tickets. All right. All right. I'm going to assume it doesn't take a long time, but well, we'll see. Is this okay? I think you're okay like this. Yeah, team, you'll be okay.
알고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
We are almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypotheses have never been wrong. Most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision. And I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but... don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you, relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear if you're going to force us to distort, saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna. Yeah, hang on, I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we're willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... thoughts. Forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. Yeah, we like Yi-sung around here. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing you right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you'd have all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a pecatulum? You could end up becoming a pecatulum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered our way through for the tests earlier. You're missing that? Or you're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of pecatulum I would turn into. He bet on Goulet, I on Vidier, and her on Pigriche. But how could you... Think about it like this. If I were to become a Pecatula, it would be akin to losing it at a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at that precise time, consider to be losing. But the mere fact of turning into Pecatulum grieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple of an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I'm not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favor at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a Pecatulum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing Pecatulum, a mere byproduct. Thoughts? But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals of backup plans or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than coin flip. Heads or tails? You can't say that, by the way, when I lost 2 runs because I rolled tails. The 5% striking like twice. Can't say that. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and paper, isn't it? If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately and the employees here will take care of the rest. don't forget to destroy the key inside the coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. For the first time, I'm feeling quite the envy for you all. I wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Nods. Then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of the Fathoms, and you will progress through the mirror dungeon as you have always done when facing a distortion to reach into the deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Hexasection. And once you've made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious, or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this Bamboo-Hatted Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-Hatted Kim. He's recovered? He is safely contained within our facilities. It seems that they are ready to activate the monolith. I'm confident that I, even as his distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a Pecatulum? Indeed. And I can still hear them. What the fuck are you? Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what. The manager says that we will bring him back, no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well, please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Merceau? It will be done as you commanded. Merceau nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation. 5 minutes. Potentiality. Anticipation. Right hand. The moment Merceau uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing throughout the laboratory. Yep, Merceau is doing his best. I am so proud of him. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share. The past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However, I needed to expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Lobcorp music. Lobcorp music is so great. Well, okay, okay, maybe I can squeeze this. We just gotta go and win rate quickly. We're at the starting point of the Dungeon of Fathoms. We found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rate in the aptitude test, take only a single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all, and the same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. Listeners all go to take a look, enticed by the sign telling us we can pick up ego gears here, but what we find there are ego gifts. What? This ain't ego gears. These are, them gifts or something, right? Appears that ego are manifested here in the shape of ego gifts. Can we just take them all? This is a Dungeon of the Fathoms. As it differs from the usual mirror dungeons, it is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What shall we do? take this. The combat boots with spiky bits on them. This one seems best suited for the situation we're in. On clash win with the base attack skill inflicts a rupture, then inflict more rupture. Got it. Alright. I'm just going to... Oh wait, there's a story? Oh my gosh, there's a story. 2, 3... Oh, wait, for do.
단피가
Perfect.
떨어질 때군요.
Cosmic red map? What? Hopefully it's not too long. Hopefully not. Dots. What's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can censor these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Fathoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You, us. What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the Fathoms. Well then, do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this. Like that library, fabled to have every book in existence. I'm assuming that the boss is going to be Wrath or something because of the red outlines in the dungeon. Like how Bamboo had Kim's dungeon was, it was blue because it was Pride, and then the Time Ripper, it was yellow because it's the sloth type. You used to work for the Lob Corp? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. It can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight.
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을
Ooh, time to
향하여.
eat. Clean. I see. Are you all the same thing? Yeah, I guess so. Fair enough.
만만찮겠군.
Canonically broadcast in the hallways? You know what? It's better than just silence all day. It's kind of relaxing.
혈액팩이라도 먹었나?
저들이 기세 등등하니 잠시 경계하세.
이제 깨우치시길.
본인이 방금 거울 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
I will appreciate this rest from my throat though. Got this, Dawn.
완전 프렌즈 선택이었어 나리. 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
I think it's very appropriate that Dawn gets to yell a lot. You got this.
악은 이런 감동적이지 않았어? 해결사 연행기에 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디 보자.
이제 정확하게.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
Alright, next one. We came across a group of researchers passionately poring over various documents. They're having a debate about two subjects, emotions and flame. Regular flames don't seem to hurt the abnormalities very much, so why does this work, I wonder? Perhaps a greater degree of wrathful emotions opens up the room for the fire's heat to touch abnormalities and distortions, both entities of the unknown. They must have noticed us listening in their conversation intently. One of them approaches us with a glint in their eyes. Are you the sample who's agreed to the experiment? If so, try this on. The researcher's hands was what looked like an ignition plug or a testing machine of sorts. Yeah, we're the samples. Merceau? Oh, one interesting reaction. Decent synchronization rate as well. Maybe the researcher liked what they saw? After scribbling their observations into various papers, the researchers let Merceau go. Merceau took off their gear and presented it before the researcher returned it, but they simply shook their head in response. The gear seems to fit you perfectly. Take it with you. Oh, reignition plug. Ooh!
되려야 했을 거다. 부탁이었다면 팔 두 짝을 뽑을
Burn. Deal extra burn. Lots of burn. Do more burn.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
So, how do we know this guy's actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every single subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms? But Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. We will see through it with Dante's powers, whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself, one of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy is just telling us the story however he wants to, isn't he? Thoughts. I'm Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Whichever is the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human researchers team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my, what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's kind of neat. But it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like the potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. I think I said that word wrong. I mispronounced that word. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma! Suffering builds character! Candidates with horrible, insurmountable character were often favored by the company. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now, feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask, Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? So yeah, suffering builds character, suffering builds character, suffering builds character, to build more character. May come as a surprise to you, but I am very adept at spending my time all on my own. It's one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. Do you believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? What an unrelenting, stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do, and I've been thinking. If I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kind of like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes to one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself indeed, but you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So I would like to keep both of my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you get me? And that's why he picked Heathcliff. Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the back streets. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Avno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage, I'll tell you what. It reads your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on hard logic. Thoughts? Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award? Together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain anyway back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You, us. The remnants of my past come to haunt us. Perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt.
자, 동료들이여. 자세를 갖추고 저들을
I wouldn't be surprised if he was like
저 시련을 해치우고
the ex of this particular facility.
아르카나 비.
Well, probably not the ex directly because he's not like the main manager, he's the lead researcher, but probably the same role.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을. 아무것도 남지 마라. 이해하는 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 역사 연기에 이런 구절이 있었지. 어디 보자.
Why? Alright, whatever. Should be fine.
만만찮겠군.
그
살인이 하지.
마침표를
원더풀 선택이었어 나리. 정의 이름으로 이름. 혈액팩이라도 먹었나? 아니지.
받아볼 테니까.
저들이 기세 등등하니 잠시 경계하세. 타! 으타!
더 뭐가 내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리.
자, 악은 이렇게
Okay.
정화되었네.
Not too bad. It's finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I have finally done it. Thoughts? With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. Don't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was kind of a bit, you know? It's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. Same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation, for one. You, us. So, I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. Cha-ching! The fall of the former L Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. No, they retired! They retired! What is the sound? The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is... Initiating a site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95. 94. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. I listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crises such as this is usually granted to only a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. And in more barbaric groups, the survivor would be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I'm glad to find myself amongst those who are on the side of intelligence, so I make this argument as a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves. Whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good on your debt payments? Hey, come on, that's most of us. That's most of our lives. And me, who has produced several groundbreaking special theses and research results at such an early age. Whose life, in your eyes, is of greater worth? Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of the department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator and survived. How? How could you? Without even a hint of remorse. Wrath is a hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The oak carved branch within Hohenheim's dungeon of the fathoms begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. First trumpet is something else. Well, now that's over with, I invite you to come face me, the distortion. And the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Ain't no way. We still have like half of it left over, I think. Right? Yeah, still 3 more fights or so. We see the Ardor Blossom Moth within a containment unit. The small crimson particles of flame surrounded like an aura. The fanning wings die out in one moment, only to roar vigorously in the next. An incessant attempt to set fire to everything around it. What a beautiful specimen, the Ardor Blossom Moth. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. There's still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, there is a pop quiz. What eco gift can you get from the Ardor Blossom Moth? I'm assuming it's the second one, but like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, yeah, I assume it's this one. Right on the money. You know your Ardor Blossom Moth. But that's not all reason for giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. You receive a burning, flickering flame. It seems to have come directly from the Ardor Blossom Moth itself. If they didn't say of subaquatic there, I would have been like, this is 50-50. But like, I felt like, I might have made a mistake. It felt like a little bit too easy. That's why I was kind of concerned.
불꽃을 벼리겠소.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세요. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니. 본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을. 훌륭하군요. 이 정도쯤이야?
This is much more relaxing. Where I don't have to think about strategy of all things. I'll say it.
받아볼 텐가.
Just gotta win rate. That's all we need to do. Just win rate. It's so nice.
원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군. 동인이 하지! 아무것도 남지 마라.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
All right. Let's go down. We have a lot of blunt.
어머, 부탁드려요.
자, 동료들이여.
All right. Before we take on the last node, I think what I will do is well, I'll probably do one more ad break just because we're close there, and then after that we can just take on the Hohenheim and then be happy.
생명 속에 파묻힌 그대.
Potentially.
우리 앞을 막는 증오스러 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 아르카나 슬레이머!
Sorry, this was really necessary, especially with the healing.
바로 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을! 틈을 끊어 날 이해하는 정말 감동적이지 않을 수 없네.
이것밖에 모르는.
해결사 영웅기에 이런 구절.
I honestly love Arcana Slave's ego. It's just so over top. It's ridiculous, but in like a great way.
내 죄는
부위 한쪽이
내가
떨어져
알아서
나갔거든.
처리해.
과거 본인의 모험에서도 만만찮겠군. 이니 하지. 유용하군요. 히어 아르카나 B. 차 원더풀 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
위야 마감하지 못하리. 이제 깨우치시게.
All right, not too bad. And then there's this one. Several messy, frantic letters are carved into the wall with knives. I can practically feel the sheer horror and desperation of the writers from the wild letters. Upon close inspection, the deep marks tell a tale written in terror. They're swarming us! The monsters! I hear them! They're breathing! They're going to kill us all! Save me, please! Someone, anyone, save me! I don't want to die, please! Fear is what drives men to madness. The monsters are near. I can feel the rumble of their feet. They're coming. Their unfinished sentences written on the wall. Death has carved deep marks between them. Look around some more, just in case. Merceau, tell us what's around here. Noticing something, Merceau points to an area on the wall. There is a small crack between the countless scribbles and letters. I carefully reach my hand in opening and... Aha! I can feel the tip of my fingers brushing against a card. Someone must have hidden in there. It might come in handy later. Oh! Worth it. Operation Authorizing.
이르여야 했을 거다. 부탁이
During the encounter, when an ally retreats or is defeated. Okay. Alright. Ooh! Okay, this could be interesting. Alright. Yeah, so let me go and quickly set up just a couple more minutes of ads to turn off the pre-rolls so everybody get up, stretch, hydrate, and then after this, I guess we'll call it. So see you guys then. Alright, let's take this on and finish this intervallo. You guys got this, right?
와일드 헌트야.
We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression, place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. Thoughts? That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, do you still believe in that potentiality? Thoughts? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from him earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research, and I believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working towards. Dots. Gross dots. Oh, we're just jumping right into it, okay. Alright, time to read. What are we doing here? You have a pause count, right from get-go. Let's see, final power +1 for every pause self. Oh, lovely. More applause. Okay, and then you get some tremor.
더욱 인상을 찌푸리는 겐가?
After the conversation. He thinks he's Sukuna. Okay. We'll see. We'll see if it, you know, it works out for him. In 3 stack. Every time. Damage. Stack damage. Deal. Stack damage. Hit. Alright, so just don't get hit. So we need to unga bunga while they have the shield up. Yeah, just don't get hit, right? Right? Interesting. That's rude. Siphoning the SP. Okay, I think I understand what's going on here. So what we're going to do is, you know, the special. The special called using win rate. So we got this, and then Balestier over there. We could do this though instead, just to get your Strider. Power pause potency on self. I don't have an extra slot though, so I guess I just have to let that go. Should be fine. Let's do this. But yeah, there's no red coins yet. You see? Because there's no red coins yet, I'm not concerned.
마침표를.
Probably be fine, guys, right?
자, 동료들이여.
What's happening now? Oh, we've got the shield here.
우리를 가로막는 저 시련을
Oh,
해치우고
hey, about that.
끝나지 않는
10 plus
모험을 향하여.
ability gain plus 2 fine power for every 3 pause points consumed. Okay. Yeah, we do need to break that though. We can do this. We can do probably teleport just to get her. Actually, Will can do this. Can do this. Teleport to get her charges up. Yeah, the dastardly colored red. It's okay. I'm not particularly too concerned about it. In Honglu, you can do this, and then you can do this. Actually, if anything, you can offset this, and then. Not yet. I can probably do. Let's save resources for now. So yeah, let's try this. And because she'll have 2 swords, she'll be able to do a lot of damage.
지금은 기분이 좀 부드럽네.
전부 찢어버리겠네.
Ow. That wasn't too bad. That was actually pretty tame. Dude, I love taking damage, unavoidable damage, in a game where you can avoid damage by just being good at the game. I love it so much.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도
Okay,
포기하지 마시라. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
Okay. And this one is, we just have to do a lot of damage. Otherwise, he's gonna Unga Bunga our face in. Or if anything, what I can do is, I can do this to offset that. We can just do more damage here, if possible. Probably something like this. And then do with love, yeah. And then do this. Because we want to make sure that if he gets a chance to do his special attack, that he doesn't. And having more burn could be good.
사랑으로.
Oh, thank you, Rotia. Ooh, good amount of damage.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세나.
So, let's see. Alright. I see. Use an ego here. Well, I mean, I could just use, no, telepole again. So we could do this, do that, do this, do that, do this, do that.
타겟 포착 1시간.
Oh, I forgot to check out Hohenheim stuff. I remember we're supposed to classify him or something like that. I just forgot about that. Whoops, sorry, sir. I forgot about your science thing. I was like, no, I'm too busy just being like, get out of here. I even forgot to read the skill. We'll probably be fine. Are you really? Okay, that's rude. What plagues your mind, manager? Your suppression of efforts seems to be smooth sailing. This is exactly as you've seen, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored, I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I've committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Of course, it may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from their perspective, manager? Especially when you're well aware that, in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. I can feel his gaze on me. Like he said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong. That it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? Honestly, I would say the confirmation bias passive is the one to get rid of, because it can absolutely screw with getting heads, which is kind of important, because I need that to win. Faust relayed my words to Hohenheim. And the other side to my story, is it? Indeed, that is quite feasible. You are correct that another side is what oft gets lost in the process of obsessing over specious concepts like the fathoms in the heart. Speaking from a consequential point of view, perspective provided by one's memory is narrow by nature. Even in the fathoms, the deepest part of one's heart where many believes lies nothing, the empirical, absolute truth, we are still capable of lying. Fascinating, isn't it? Hohenheim, your beloved? We'll see if he remains a beloved thing during this fight. They call it metacognitive error. Some call it unconscious bias as well. I see. You argue that the story I've shown you was simply a fabrication. Indeed, I have not shared any perspectives from my employees, but there's no way by which we may verify them anyway. Isn't it obvious what that is? They're all buried underground, relieved even of their final words. I could finally understand, at least to a degree, what Virgilius and Don Quixote have been telling me. Though there was nothing to call a human face remaining in the distorted form, I think I caught a glimpse of loneliness from Hohenheim's expression. Self-doubt. Alright, okay, first of all, this was just Kitsune. Okay, we're gonna accept sequence, attack HP guarantees a crit. I see what you mean. Where is the passive? Okay, that should help a little bit. Yeah, we can do this, we can do that, we can do this, do this. Let's offset that, and then let's have you do... Oh, you're too slow. Never mind. That's awkward. Let's see. I guess I'll just, I'll take it, I guess. How many? Oh, you have 16, 6 ammo left. Alright, let's do this. You guys will be fine, right?
정확하게. 날 이해하는 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사 영웅기에 이런 구절이 있었지.
지금이다.
자,
해골바가지 거미 대가리.
자,
Oh, nice.
히어, 아르카나 세이버.
That was okay.
전탄 격발.
저들도
Alright,
내가
anything
물을
else? Okay, that could suck. Hmm. I do want to win that,
지금은
but
기분이 좀 그렇네.
love. Let's see here. What can we do? What can we do? I guess I could do telepole again right here just to win this. Though maybe I don't want Dawn to get hit, or actually no, not Dawn getting hit. It's just Bill getting hit. We can do that. We can do this. We can do probably this to offset it. We can do this. And then we can do that. Should be fine, right?
대가리 딱 떼도.
전부 찢어버리겠네.
You're okay. Yeah, you guys are okay. See?
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도
Alright,
포기하지
yeah.
마시라.
Okay, that's a lot of damage we gotta do for you this turn.
없을 테니.
I don't have any ammo though. That's not good. We can probably just try to do as much damage as we can. We can do this. We can do that. And then we can do this.
대가리 딱 떼도.
I'll probably have to get more envy so I can heal people.
마침표를
Because Dawn is she's like halfway towards her stagger threshold and I'm a little bit concerned for hers.
사랑으로.
Almost there. Thank you, Merceau.
전탄 격발.
Thank you so much.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
자, 동료들이여.
Alright, you're doing this,
자세를
which
갖추고
is
저들을
the
맞이하세.
scary attack.
우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여. 또 도움이 필요한 곳이 생겼는가?
Let's go with doing this. Or actually, if anything, not this. Let's do fluid sac for it. So I'm going to just have Honglu.
긴장하셨나요?
Yeah, you can
그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면
reload.
도움이 된답니다.
Do this. We can do Gloom here, and then we can do Fluid Sac to win. Hopefully. Please win. I'm begging you.
날카롭고 정확하게. 이 전투는 승리할 거야.
Should be fine. Ow. We're okay. I'll see how long it lasts, but if anything, I just want to kind of beat him before he gets into the final phase. So maybe near that stagger threshold. Probably get rid of his shield passive next. Seems that there is something else you would like to tell me. Very well, you may go ahead and ask. I'm prepared to answer any of your questions. What should I say this time? What are you trying to hide from us? Yeah, this one is not too bad. We were running away from something. Running away? Interesting point. But allow me to retort. My choice was not to run away. To deny and evade what has happened is too pathological a choice, isn't it? I'm very well aware that the only way to solve a problem is to face it head on. which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. When an issue arises, or in very rare cases, were I to find myself in a tumult of emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions. Expressing fury and anger is a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing. Now that I have conducted some level of cold introspection, I will admit that it wasn't entirely mature of me to censor so much of my fathoms. Of course, this does not mean that I will now remove that censored memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by few words. Are you sure about that? Didn't really understand most of what Hohenheim was talking about, but I can't shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도
Alright, inadequate
포기하지
defense
마세라.
mechanism.
저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 깨뜨릴 수 없을 테니.
Okay. Actually, if anything, that shield probably would have been the thing I should have gone rid of first, but here we are. Let's do this, of course. Maybe Yearning Mercalia? I can do this. Can have you... Maybe you do Arcana Slave? Nah, not this turn. Do this. Let's have Honglu use Gun. And Ryoshu use Punch. Or if anything, no, I am missing something. So Rogia is supposed to hit this one. And this one is for Dawn, so we can do this. This attacks for Merceau. We can do this. This attacks for Ryoshu, so we can do this. So then I can switch this now to Arcana Slave. Okay, let's try that.
만만찮겠군. 우리니 하지.
Oh, hey, Tails.
피로부터 피어오르는 아름다운 꽃이여, 난 기꺼이 그대를 취하리라.
And then, oh, man, no follow-up. That's okay.
너도 누군가에게 맡겨졌겠지만
Nice job, Honglu.
먹어.
Ooh!
원더풀 선택이었어 나리.
Yeah! Dude, Dawn's excited, so am I.
정의보다도 큰 자유, 생명 속에 파묻힌 그대. 여기서 빛은 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 아르카나 슬레이머.
Okay, that's not too bad.
기회를 잡았네. 희청이는 저자를 꺾어 넘기는.
Oh, I didn't realize my Fuki moved. Well, that's awkward. Anyways.
돌격하세.
Yeah, let's just beat it up.
받아볼 텐가.
We got this.
이제 깨우치시게.
The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But I want to believe that you found the hope and potentialities because of me. A hope, an anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin not without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time, some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Fathom slowly beginning to close. Sometime later. I've returned safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. Thoughts. I To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. You don't have to insult Heathcliff like that. Why is he catching strays like this? Because it's not easy to put my faith not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to do so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Yeah, he's trying his best, but he realized his best was never going to be good enough. Had my hypotheses been correct, I would have remained a distortion. I'm sorry, Hohenheim, but this ain't it. This is not the way. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. Thoughts. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE-5-SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be a help. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. Well, we'll meet again, right? Ew, no thank you. Everything has an end. So, do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers putting up their glasses in our general direction. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre! But they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Caron and Virgilis were waiting for us. Probably with ice cream or soup or whatever it is. One of those things. But, alright! That wasn't too bad. Thank you very much, Dawn, for your help. Sweepers. Sweepers. Alright, no, you know what? Nah, get me out of here. Alright, yeah, you know what? This is a perfect time to end stream. So all I'm gonna say is thank you everybody who decided to watch, whether you just poked your head in for a little bit, whether you're lurking, whether you decide to talk in chat, or whether you came in from the raids from Canis, Ike, or Silver Strikers. I appreciate all the same. And of course, people who are watching this VOD on YouTube as well, I appreciate it. So yeah, these intervals are getting longer. I totally expected us to finish the checkup like halfway through and then get into nocturnal sweeping. But here we are. Well, yeah, so I'll be playing more Limbus Company next Monday at 3 p.m. PST, provided nothing changes. Of course, I suggest just making sure to follow the socials or just looking on the panel under the player, because they should be updated each week about my typical schedule. So keep an eye on that. And I plan to play more Metaphor Refantasio on Friday and Saturday, 3 p.m. PST, and slowly try to potentially finish Tales of Arise sometime on Sunday. So take care. Oh, thank you for the follow. Take care, have a good night. And I think for now, what I will do is let's send you guys to let's send you guys to this person. I don't know what they're doing, but you know, honestly, at this point, I think I'm guessing it's honestly, you know what? Sure, let's just send. You know, it'll be fine. It'll probably be fine, right? It'll probably be fine. So yeah, take care. Yeah.